This is Chandradasan, a resident of Calicut. Like millions, he ekes out a living the hard way. Making and selling aerated water is his family profession. Though not highly educated, Chandradasan is a well-known figure in Calicut. Not just for a soda water that quenches the thirst of ordinary people. Chandradasan is driven by a passion, one that may seem out of place in this day and age. A passion for books, which is rare even among the highly educated. His little house in a lower middle-class colony is packed with books on varied subjects. Over 2,000 titles, ranging from philosophy, science and history to art, politics and popular literature are all available in his collection. An avid collector, Chandradasan has read these books from cover to cover. There aren't many subjects which do not excite him.
Nowadays I read all sorts of books, novels, poems, stories, essays, everything. But my choice is for works that are rich in humanistic values. That's what I approve of. In Malayalam, I like Bashir. His works uncover all the bigotry of the society. Not only that, but his works create an opposition against the bigotry in the minds of the readers. This gives rise to a process of reform in the society.
Besides Malayalam authors, Chandradasan is familiar with most of the writers in other languages, both Indian and foreign. He seldom misses a new title from his favorite authors. He has an appreciation for each of their individual style and treatment.
Another writer I like in Malayalam is Emmrc Nair. Among his works, I like best his novel Rendamuzham, which is based on Mahabharata. Mahabharata is a work in which all characters move along with equal importance. But MT narrates the story from Bhima's point of view. Recently, I read a similar work, Korea writer Pratibha Roy's Draupadi. Here the story of Mahabharata is narrated from a woman's point of view. On comparing their works, I can draw a parallel of an artist mechanically copying a classic painting. No matter how much he tries to be close to the original, he leaves a mark of his own.
Bottling and supplying soda water takes up most of Chandradasan's time. He then has to attend to the needs of his wife and 2 children. He takes great care in the education of his children. Childhood he considers the most important period of life. Chandradasan became an avid reader at a young age. Books of stories and folk tales interested him the most. Besides stirring his imagination, these books generated a never-ending passion for more books. For Chandradasan, school days remain a sweet nostalgia.
I was just an ordinary student at school, a very ordinary student belonging to the back rows, with no particular talents. But even then, I had interest in reading. Even textbooks I would read through immediately. There were a few books in the school library which I read all one by one. My teacher, she knew that I liked reading. She lent me her books. When I completed a book, she would give me another. At the same time, I was working also. work, examination, and again to work. Things went on like that. Then I passed the school final. I could have gone to college, but I had to work to make a living. So I went in for work.
Discontinuing education, he set out pedaling along the hard course of life 25 years ago. For Chandradasan, making both ends meet has never been easy. However, nothing has dissuaded him from pursuing his passion for books. At least once a week, he visits his favorite bookshops for the new arrivals.
I read books for knowledge. When we read a novel, we get acquainted with the characters in it. By reading translated works of other countries, we get a picture of the people of that country, habits, and their lifestyles. Mikhail Sholokhov of Russia is a very good example. It's from his novel "And Quiet Flows the Don" that I learned about Cossacks who live on the banks of the river Don. When we read the novel, we feel we are a part of the Cossacks' life, as if we are moving along the banks of the river Don through the steppes.
Books opened a whole new world for Chandradasan. A world of unknown lands, peoples, cultures and customs. No knowledge or discipline is inaccessible to him. He reads and understands even advanced scientific theories. A rare feat indeed.
My interest in science was roused by George Gamo's book titled 123 Infinity. Everything in physics is dealt in there. I learned about relativity theory from this book. More about relativity has been explained by Stephen Hawking. This is his biography in Malayalam. Hawking's Brief History of Time has also appeared in Malayalam. In that he explains that even black holes emit radiation. All such new theories are in it.
Often, Chandradasan shares his knowledge with his friends. They meet in the evenings at their favorite bookshop. Latest books, current literary debates are the topics of their discussion. Chandradasan is keen on promoting the reading habit in others too. Anyone who is in need of books can borrow from his collection. However, not many approach him nowadays. Perhaps they don't find time for reading. But he is proud that he has nurtured a passion for reading in his children. Both he and his wife take care in helping them read books. Chandradasan has also succeeded in introducing the children of his colony to the world of books. And for them, he is a source for their favorite storybooks and Chitrakathas. Chandradasan thinks that some of them have already developed excellent reading habits. He hopes that they will become keener readers than him. Chandradasan's journey continues. A journey worthy of emulation.
and welcome to the session on writing for web. Despite the technological changes, words certainly still matter. Because reading on the web is such a different experience than reading printed literature. It only makes sense that your techniques for web writing will also be different. Its users respond to it very differently from the way they respond to paper documents. Writing for the web is often writing to be found. People come to websites to satisfy goals, to do tasks, and to get answers to questions. They come for information, for the content. They don't read much, especially before they get to the page that has the information they want. Even on information pages, they skim and scan before they start to read. They want to read only enough to meet their needs. Think of the web as a conversation started by a busy web user. Answer people's questions throughout your web content, not only in sections called frequently asked questions or FAQs. Write so that busy people can grab the information they need quickly. There are 5 areas that an effective web writer should look at approaching any web-based writing: audience and purpose, research and referencing, information structure, clear writing, and proofreading and editing. Audience and purpose. In web-based writing, you need to consider audience and purpose carefully. There are different levels of formality in written language, and this can be especially confusing in web-based writing because the range is very wide. Some social media writing is almost like speech that has just been written down. Other web writing, however, requires you to use objective, impersonal, and formal language. Familiarize yourself with the expectations of your specific web-based writing and only write when you're sure of your audience and purpose. Research and referencing. Sometimes the online or web environment and all the different technical features of this environment can cloud the area of research and referencing. When writing, it is always important to tell your reader or end user the source of any external information. You will still need to use an appropriate referencing system and to use this system consistently. Structure. Just as research and referencing is still important in web-based writing, so is the careful consideration of structure. Paragraphs, for example, should still address one main idea. Sentences should still be structured effectively, and your information overall should still be logically organized. In an online environment, users are said to scan rather than read information, so the use of headings, subheadings, graphics, and links is usually encouraged. Some general advice on structure. Accessibility is an important issue to consider. Is your writing easy on the eyes? What web features can you use to make your writing accessible to as many users as possible? Heading, subheadings, and links should have descriptive headings or labels. Don't just throw in a YouTube clip or image or anything really without explanation. Make good use of short paragraphs, lists, and bullet points. An inverted pyramid structure, putting the most important information first, is a common web write technique. Clear writing. In a web-based writing, sentences are often shorter than on paper. The active voice is common and plain. English is generally encouraged. Short sentences. Don't overdo it with short sentences, though, or your writing will be too choppy and actually harder to read. Active voice. Use active voice in writing. Plain English. Use language easy to understand. Example, use familiar words where possible. Active voice. Short sections or sentences. Make verbs clear and leave out unnecessary words. Proofread and edit. Correct spelling, grammar, and referencing are all still important in web-based writing. Some additional elements can be used, such as the abbreviations used when texting or tweeting. Make sure your language is still inclusive and appropriate for your audience and purpose. Guidelines for web-based writing. Effective content writing is one of the most critical aspects of all web design. Web users generally prefer writing that is concise, easy to scan, and objective in style. The main guidelines for writing of the web are to make your content succinct, scannability, personable, hypertext structure, actionable, searchable. Be succinct. Web guru Jacob Nielsen published his timeless article Be Succinct, Writing for the Web in 1997, and it's still widely read today. Users appreciate content that gets to the point directly and succinctly. They usually find content written in this manner easier to understand and less frustrating. Succinct writing takes practice, skill and discipline. With practice, you get better and better at demanding that every syllable, word, phrase, sound and image moves your story forward. Write no more than 50% of the text you would have used to cover the same material in a print publication. Don't expect users to read long continuous blocks of text. Instead, use short paragraphs, subheadings and bulleted lists. Start with a short conclusion and then gradually add detail. Present the most important material upfront. Make the structure of your information clear by giving similar elements the same design and important elements more visual weight, using size, space or color. It enables your readers to understand your content at a glance and speeds up the process of finding what they need. Writing in the active voice also encourages writers to get to the point. This approach is usually appreciated by users because it saves them time and helps comprehension. For example, when describing a new product or grant scheme, start the sentence with the description, not its aim or rationale, because the reader will be far more interested in the former. Long and detailed background information can be relegated to the end of the page or moved on to child pages. Similarly, information of interest to a minority of users can be made available through a link without penalizing those readers who don't want it. Scannability. Most users scan online content rather than carefully reading, so you must optimize content for scannability and craft it to convey maximum information in few words. Because it is so painful to read text on computer screens and because the online experience seems to foster some amount of impatience, users tend not to read streams of text fully. Instead, users scan text and pick out keywords, sentences and paragraphs of interest while skipping over those parts of the text they care less about. Skimming instead of reading is a fact of the web and has been confirmed by countless usability studies. Users are often impatient and don't want to read long continuous blocks of text. They will scan text and pick out keywords, sentences and paragraphs of interest while skipping over those parts of the text they care less about. Skimming instead of reading is a fact of the web, and web writers have to acknowledge this fact and write for scannability. Use the typeface bold rather than italic for keyword highlighting. Boldface is typically the best way to highlight words. Bulleted and numbered lists slow down the scanning eye and can draw attention to important points. Structure articles with 2 or even 3 levels of headlines, a general page heading plus subheads and sub-subheads when appropriate. Nested headings also facilitate access for blind users with screen readers. Use meaningful rather than cute headings, that is, reading a heading should tell the user what the page or section is about. Use highlighting and emphasis to make important words catch the user's eye. Colored text can also be used for emphasis, and hypertext anchors stand out by virtue of being blue and underlined. Break up long lists in sentence or paragraph form and present them as bullet points. This will make them easier to read and scan. Lists are preferable to long paragraphs because they allow users to read the information vertically rather than horizontally. They are easier to scan. They are less intimidating. They are usually more succinct. Hypertext structure. Make text short without sacrificing depth of content by splitting the information up into multiple nodes connected by hypertext links. Each page can be brief, and yet the full hyperspace can contain much more information than would be feasible in a printed article. Long and detailed background information can be relegated to secondary pages. Similarly, information of interest to a minority of readers can be made available through a link without penalizing those readers who don't want it. Personable. Heavy paragraphs written in third person are no longer in fashion. The internet has developed into a more personal communication tool. People use the internet to explore in a relaxed nature, not to feel like they are reading from an encyclopedia. We want the website to be somewhere people come to explore without pressure. Being personal means revealing your personality to the visitor in a subtle way. This doesn't mean putting your photo on the About Us page. It means writing web content that conveys our personality. Try to use a conversational language you would use if the reader was sitting across the desk from you. Adopt an active tone when writing. It sounds more direct and professional and helps to build trust with users by reassuring them that we are taking ownership of what we have written, and always try to emphasize the positive side of things. Actionable. A call to action answers the unspoken question. That's interesting, now what? Your user will have a set of tasks in mind, and you should also have these in mind when you're creating content. The content of your page should allow the user to achieve what they set out to achieve quickly and easily. If you want your user to do something, tell them that what you want them to do and make it as easy as possible for them to do it. If you want them to fill out a form, tell them where to find it. Example, provide a link. Explain what details they will need to provide and who they will need to send it to. Give contact details. In the same way that bold text stands out to screen scanning web users, so does link text. Link text such as click here won't make any sense out of context, so is useless to site visitors scanning web pages. Instead, you should use a title that describes where the person will be taken. For links that appear in the body of the text, you should integrate links with your content, making it part of a sentence, preferably with a clear call to action. Searchable. Writing text with the intention of improving its chances of retrieval by search engines is the single best difference between writing for print and the web. There are a number of techniques you can use to improve your page's ranking with search engines. Title and headlines. Each page should have a different title that is meaningful and accurately describes the information on the page. Choose words that are repeated in the body text of the page and place the most important keywords at the start of the title. Headings and subheadings. Increased weight is given to words in your text that are emphasized by being headings, so choose your headings carefully. However, do not use headings inappropriately or too frequently. The objective is that your text should be readable as well as retrievable. Body text. Try to use the same terms and phrases in your content as your readers use when they talk or write about the subject matter in question. This will make your pages easier to understand for the user and have a higher chance of being picked up in searches. Keywords and page description. Think of the main keywords within your page. Try to use the words a user would enter when searching. Avoid obscure terms, oblique or ambiguous expressions and puns. Keep it simple. Include your most important keywords in your opening sentence, repeating or using variants if possible. However, do not write something that is unclear. For search engine success, there is no substitute for relevant content. Measuring your web content. Now that you have planned out your content, written it and published it to the website, the next step is to monitor it to make sure it's achieving the goals you set out in the first stage. Measuring your web content is done in several ways, like reviews and updates, accepting feedback, analyzing web statistics, user testing. Reviews and updates. Forthcoming events, latest news, statistics and examples must be refreshed regularly. If users see out of date information, they will lose trust in the site and become suspicious of the rest of the content. Build it into your workflow to regularly monitor your site for out of date content. Remove anything that is redundant and update anything that is timely. Check that any new content added still makes sense and meets your objectives. Accepting feedback. There is a suggest an improvement to this page link at the bottom of every page. When clicked, This takes a user to a simple form where they can explain what improvements would they like to see on that page. For example, contact information. Analyzing web statistics. We use Google Analytics to monitor visits to the website. The web team can generate regular reports for you and offer advice on how to read the report and act on the results. User testing. User testing can be done in several ways to make sure that users are finding the information they need. You might want to hold user testing sessions by giving a group of users a set of instructions. Using metadata. Metadata is information about information. It's data used to describe and categorize your content. It facilitates the searching, sorting and presentation of your content in a website. Keywords are one form of metadata but not the only one. Headings, summaries, author information, publication date, ratings and tags are all considered metadata. Page descriptions. Every page of your website should have carefully written metadata, most importantly the page title, descriptions and keywords which are included in the HTML code for each page. The unique title of the page should describe the exact content on that page. The description, usually 15 to 25 words, is often displayed in search results. Titles and descriptions should be very brief and very descriptive. Structured metadata. Your content management system may allow you to structure metadata and control the vocabulary used by your content contributors to promote consistency across your website. The use of tags, categories and relationships in your CMS is an excellent way to encourage the proper categorization of content and promotes its reuse throughout the website. Taxonomy. You may even consider allowing your website visitors to determine the tags, keywords and categories associated with your content. By allowing users to tag content themselves, you can avoid the use of vocabulary and structure that is unfamiliar to people outside of your organization. Such a social collaborative classification system is known as a taxonomy and is popular in current Web 2.0 sites such as YouTube and Flickr. What not to do in web writing? Similar to all forms of writing, the web-based writing too have some things to avoid. Let's check what all are to omit while preparing a content for web. Avoid redundant content. Repeating identical items such as categories or links to emphasize their importance actually reduces their impact. Redundant items also clutter the page. All items lose impact because they are competing with so many elements. In order to feature something prominently, feature it clearly in one place. On the other hand, redundant content can help people if you repeat items that belong in multiple categories or you include links to the same page but offer synonyms that represent words your users use to describe the content. Capital letters. Don't set type in all capital letters. All capital letters are harder to read than uppercase and lowercase letters. In addition, it makes it look like you're shouting your message, which is just rude. Italics. Don't set more than a few words in italics. Most browsers just slant the regular text font to achieve italic. The result is often nearly unreadable, especially for large quantities of text at small sizes. Line breaks. Don't insert line breaks unless you really mean them. Text wraps differently for each user depending on the browser's default text size setting and the width of the browser window. Abbreviations, initialisms and acronyms. Spell out abbreviations, initialisms and acronyms and immediately follow them by the abbreviation in the first instance. This is helpful for all users, especially for anyone using a screen reader. Abbreviations that have become widely used words such as DVD are exceptions to this guideline. Especially avoid using unexplained abbreviations as navigation links. Avoid exclamation marks. Exclamation marks don't belong in the professional writing and they especially don't belong on a home page. Exclamation marks look chaotic and loud. Don't yell at users. Now, let us summarize what we have discussed so far. People read differently online than they do when they read print materials. Web users typically scan for information. It's important to target your audience when writing for the web. By knowing who you are writing for, you can write at a level that will be meaningful for them. The key difference between writing for the web and writing for offline readers is that web writing needs to be shorter. There are several ways to web content measured. This measurement will help to improve the web-based writing more good. Like any other forms of writing, web writing too has its own limitations. Unlike other forms of writing, hyperlinking facility offers wide reach among the web users. Content management systems may allow to structure metadata and control the vocabulary used by your content. These contributors to promote consistency across the website. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. What is metadata? What do you mean by skimming in web-based writing? What are some types of writings generally found on the web? What are the guidelines to be followed while writing content for web? What is Foxonomy? Hope that you may go through the reference for further understanding. Writing for the Web, written by Linda Felder, published by Pearson Education 2012. Letting Go of the Words, writing web content that works, written by Janice Reddish, published by Morgan Kaufman on June 2007. Writing for Multimedia and the Web, 3rd edition, a practical guide to content development for interactive media by Timothy Garand, published by Focal Press, 3rd edition on July 21, 2006. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Have a nice day.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have with us Nasser Al-Zahiri, a well-known writer, novelist, short story writer, film director, and a well-known Arabic writer with us to discuss his experience in these different fields. Sir, we would like to know your experience in these different fields.
First of all, it is my pleasure, my dignity to be here. Secondly, it is a long time. I like the art, literature, and press. So during my education, I mean secondary education and my university education, I try to be in this field.
Yeah.
And I have in university education as mass communication, and this is the major, and the minor is the French literature.
Yeah.
So after I finish my education, I go through the the newspaper and TV and radio, and finally I found myself in writing. So I am a columnist since 16 years now. It is a daily writing. It is a kind of good headache, I can say it, between. but I am very happy with that. And beside that, I go also to be my dream real as a cinematographic and photographer also. So, but mainly I'm a columnist. That's my daily job. But beside that, I am a story writer. That is my final decision. When I wake up, I say to myself, don't forget, you are a short writer.
In this very tough political turmoil, how can a columnist can deal the political issues and international issues in this your daily column, sir?
Well, the daily column, he should know where his place, exactly place. My place is the last page, and the last page is a variety. It's, after you finish your 36 paper, and you should to take your rest in that. So I am a little bit free to write anything about the life, social, politics, sometimes just for funny. And the reader also, they need these things. They need these things. But as I told you, it is in the beginning, you should be like a cirque player.
Yeah.
You should have, you see, your balance. And this is by the time or by your experience, you will get it. And it is not written, but it is in your head, in your memory.
Yeah. There is an observation that you are very poetic in your lines. How can you deal with the people, and how can you satisfy the general or common public with this poetic endeavor, please?
Well, I think my language is very distinguished, and I feel that it is a poetic language. So even my column, daily column, it's not going out of this border. Sometimes you would like to listen to the nice sentences, to the poet word. Otherwise, the world is very aggressive and very it's tough. And by time to time, you should listen to something very beautiful, like you want to see the rose or the raining, or to see window open, and behind that window there is a beauty girl. It's these things. It's make the life is very. It's a part of paradise, or
just like
yeah. So the poet, it's in my language, even my daily behavior.
Yeah.
So I'm not separate on
all these things.
Yeah.
And very oftenly Indian diaspora appear in this your in your novel and short stories. What is your direct experience with this kind of people?
Well, I feel that's I am a part of the street.
Yeah.
I am a part of this worker in the street. I am a part of our old people who went to the sea, who they traveled by ship from Emirates to Africa to India. I'm a part of all these things, and my hero or my personage in my stories or a novel, even they are not local. You've found in my story or novel, it's Indian hero or you find from other part hero. My heroes, I told in Arabic like that, they should not wear غترة and عقال. Yeah, it's about a human being.
Yeah.
So
whether it is Arab or Indian, they are human beings and they represent the whole world.
That's
the
right.
concept also the international brotherhood.
That's right. That's right.
But at the same time, there is a criticism that you prefer the pessimistic side of the life. Why this kind of emphasis on pessimism?
Well, you see, I like the life. I like the colorful life, and but when you talk about the pain, human pain, I think it should find your tears, not your smile.
Yeah.
But in general, I am very optimistic.
You are very optimistic. But most of the characters are the losers, not the winners. And the final setup, they are the losers. Why this kind of dark side are highlighted?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think without lose things, we don't find the value of these things. We don't find the value of these things. So sometimes you should missing things.
In the contemporary Arab world, there is a specific movement for the women uplift or the women resurgence. Or what is the reason behind it? The feminist writers are getting more emphasis, are getting more support from the Arab world.
Yeah.
Is it right or wrong?
I think it's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why they are getting more freedom, and why they are getting more support from the common public? Instead, they are living, or they are they are giving more time in their households.
Well, if I understand your question, I think it's this is a kind of a duty or a human duty, we can say it. I don't find another reason for that.
There are so many writers that they are upholding the Arab unrest in the Middle East and GCC countries.
Yeah.
Is there any reason for the present political?
No, no political.
Yeah,
I think it's not political. It's their nature. They behave like that way. So why not?
Yeah, that's all right. As a film director and as a novelist, what is the interconnection between these two areas in Arab world? In the contemporary Arab world, what is the close relationship between the novel and the cinema?
This is it is international case. It is not even in Arabic world. You know, even they say the good novel equal bad film, but or verse. But I think it's a very good link between them. Even like the Colombian writer Marquez, he stayed around 15 years to say okay for the time of cholera. To release on cinema. So it is sometimes they have a reason to say that. And I have seen the film, and I have read the book. Book is better than film. Even it is a good film. It's a very good film. But if you will make a compare between novel and film, I think novel it will be
higher than
yeah. But I think it's connected together. Even no cinema without stories, without novel.
What is the impact of Arab Spring on the novel and film of the Arab world?
Yeah. even there is some film release, but I think we need time to see the influence or the feedback for that. We need a time. It's just years ago, so we cannot. It's not clear until now. And even if I want to write a story or novel about this, I need time also to see the reflect, to see the feedback, to see how is the community change, how it's need time.
It is said that you give emphasis to the human relations, and at the same time you are not supporting the human relations beyond the agreed, or I am quoting that the agreed relationship or the familial relationship. You are not in favor. You are not in favor of beyond that relationship.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know. Really.
Yeah, okay,
I
that's
know.
okay. Then the life and death. These are the two important points. They unite in your novels. What is the philosophy you would like to bring?
Okay, I think when it's not with me the first short story.
الطائر.
No, عندما تدفن النخيل. That's mean when the palm tree is buried. And suddenly I found the death, the main subject in my story.
Yeah.
And second one, this one, it's called 1 feet to the life, 2 feet for the death.
What death?
And one of who wrote about my story, he say, okay, Nasser, there is a death in your 2 books. It is unusual, and I don't feel that. But I think that's a cause of because I lost my father when I'm 16 or 15 years, and my father, he was military, and he's his shadow in the house, every corner in the house, and suddenly I don't found it. But still, when I want to do something wrong, I feel it's like a whisper near to my ears, and I see like a ghost, something. It's really, I don't know, but this is the small Nasser, not me, who feel like this. So, and during the life, we lost a lot of people who were very close to us. And if you want to see for the readers or for the life, the colorful life, which I like it, you should go to the negative of that to see this is life, this is we will defend against that. And it is a universal case in this death and life. It's from the beginning, from the history until now, and we don't find the conclusion of this crash or this conflict.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask one more question. That is there any separate individual entity to the UAE literature apart from the Arabic literature, the general Arabic literature?
Yeah.
What is the position of UAE literature in the, may I quote, general Arabic literature?
You mean among all?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. We can't say Emmrc literature.
Yeah.
We say Arabic literature. This is the beginning. But when we want to distinguish between the geographic
geographical
country
boundaries,
or something, we will say from Emirat, from Iraq, from Morocco, like that. But the basic, everything, it is coming from the whole Arabic country. That's mean Arabic literature. But we have also something special. We have different.
What is that speciality?
We have different problem. Like we will say, like identity in our cosmopolitan community, society. The Moroccan, they don't find this as a problem. So we ask the question about our identity during next 10 years, 20 years, etc. Now in our society, we have around or more than 200 nationality. So who's the minority, who's the majority? So this is kind of matter we can discuss as a writer, a thinker, like that. So what we have from this question, this one, you see, you can say this is especially from Emmrc, special for the literature of Emmrc. So some subject is common as before in Gulf countries, GCC countries, like diving, searching for the pearl, you know, and traveling with Africa and India. This is common things. You can find it all GCC country. It is not for Emirates. And something special, as example, I say to you, identity, the new identity for a new cosmopolitan community in UAE. And there is a lot, but this is special for us, I think.
Yeah, for the last 2 decades, searching for identity, especially the identity of Emirates, distinguished from the Arabic, general Arab identity. What is the reason behind that? Till recently, every literature, every writers, they were emphasizing on the Arab. But nowadays, the specific geographical distinction is emerged. For example, Kuwait writers, then the Emirates writers, Saudi writers, Egyptian writers. What is the present reason for this?
You mean identity?
Identity crisis.
Well, I think in Emirates it's...
Is it part of national upheaval or something
yes,
such?
Yes, in Emirates. I talk about Emirates. In Emirates, yes. Yes. Because, you know, when you will be as 20 percentage in your, with your population, it is a problem. So you should know, because it is ID. What that mean? ID your language, your thought, traditional, a lot of things. It's your culture. So we have outside influence as the global mondialization, these things. We know this. But sometimes we have from inside influence. So these two, I think for the UAE, it's a little bit, you know, you should be attention for that.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask one more question. Peaceful coexistence also a underlining force of your literature also. What is your experience of peaceful coexistence of the Africans, Indians, Europeans, and almost every UAE or Emirates is a miniature world. What is your experience with them as a writer and as a common citizen?
You know, I like the human being. I respect the human being. I don't care about his color, his culture, his everything. I am with the human being until the end. So the African, they are our brother, even the West or East or all this. So we will find them, all them in our community.
Yeah.
Within these 200.
Yeah.
And we are, live peacefully together. And that's good. That's good if you will say that the UA community is an example or good example for how people live in peaceful together. So, and I think it is even in literature you will find like that. You will find a lot of the author talking about that things.
Yeah, okay. What is your message for a peaceful, very friendly life of the youth and public?
Yeah, that's like before the question before you ask it. It's similar. I'd like to say for the youth generation, read, travel, have other language. I think with these three things, they will see the whole universe with many eyes. It is a small windows open on the universal.
Yeah.
And you know how it's good and marvelous and exacting the universe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nasser Al-Zahiri, for coming to the studio. Thank you for this short discussion.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm very happy to be here for participate with this, this meeting. It's great, really. Okay. It's great.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the session on Edmund Husserl. Edmund Husserl, the father of phenomenology, was born in 1859 in Proznitz, a village in Czechoslovakian Moravia, which at that time formed part of the Austrian Empire. Though he was initially trained in mathematics and physics at Leipzig and Berlin, his transfer to the University of Vienna and a short term of teaching career at Halle brought about a shift in interest towards philosophy. In 1900, accepting an invitation to join the philosophy faculty, he moved to Göttingen, where he subsequently became professor in philosophy. In 1916, he obtained a full professorship at Freiburg, where he remained until his retirement. The last years of his life were overshadowed by Nazi politics, though his death in 1938 saved him from witnessing the war unleashed with Hitler's invasion of Poland. Major works are Philosophy of Arithmetic, published in 1891, Logical Investigations in 1901, Ideas pertaining to a pure phenomenology and to a phenomenological philosophy, published in 1913, Cartesian meditations, and the crisis of European sciences and transcendental phenomenology. The three phases. The philosophical development of the founder of phenomenological movement in modern philosophy can be divided into three main phases. The first phase of his pre-transcendental or epistemological phenomenology. Second, the middle phase of his fully transcendental phenomenology, and the last phase of his so-called genetic phenomenology. Of these, the phase which is of methodological interest is the middle one, during which he developed the transcendental phenomenology proper. Hence, our focus will be on that phase. However, the pre-transcendental or epistemological phase had been preparatory towards the transcendental phase. It was during this phase that he published his philosophy of arithmetic. Just as the title indicates, as a mathematician, Husserl was interested in the foundations of arithmetic. At that time, experimental and philosophical psychology were coming into their own, and Husserl's works derived on them. In it, Husserl required that the objectivity of even the most logical of objectivities be traced back to the structures of consciousness in and through which it first became possible. But this stance was criticized by Frege as the intrusion of psychological considerations into logic, a criticism which Husserl took seriously, and as a defense against the same was unfolded the middle phase of fully transcendental phenomenology. Transcendental phenomenology. In Logical Investigations, published in 1901, Husserl gave a new account of logic and mathematics which was anti-psychologistic. According to it, the laws of logic and mathematics are not empirical laws that describe the working of the mind, but ideal laws whose necessity we intuit, that is, see a priori. In The Idea of Phenomenology, published in 1907, Husserl gave a clear and concise account of his new approach. He conceived philosophy as a rigorous science to which he gave the name phenomenology, whereby he meant a presuppositionless and pure description of the content of consciousness. In the subsequent work, Ideas Pertaining to a Pure Phenomenology and to a Phenomenological Philosophy, published in 1913, he laid down the methodology towards attaining to this ideal. And in this task, he adopted Brentano's thesis that consciousness is intentional. That is, every act of consciousness is directed at some object or other material or ideal. The phenomenological method. The two main ideas which are constitutive of the method of transcendental phenomenology are the idea of the reduction and the complementary idea of a sphere of immanence or of immanental consciousness. The natural attitude, the reduction, and the discourse of a sphere of pure consciousness. Husserl starts with the venerable set of distinctions between the empirical and the a priori, and the contingent and the necessary. The empirical sciences are concerned with the contingent facts about the world and its objects. Though scientism has influenced philosophy in its principles and practices, the concern of philosophical inquiry should not be that of science. True philosophy, that is phenomenology, is not a science of facts but of essential being, which aims exclusively at establishing knowledge of essences, which Husserl terms as eidos in the Ideas. It belongs to the meaning of everything contingent that it should have an eidos to be apprehended in all its purity. He states that, and for him phenomenology is the knowledge of these essences, eidos, essences or ideas. As stated, the eidos are the necessary essences or ideas, in virtue of instantiating which every contingent thing comes into being. Such things can be physical objects, thoughts or values. For example, instantiation of the idea of or essence of man in a particular individual, say Husserl, is what making that particular individual count as a man. Now these essences are characterized by three features. One, there is no existential import for these essences, that is, the positing of essence does not imply any positing of individual existence. Two, An essence is not a psychological item, that is, for their existence, just like numbers, essences are not dependent on anyone thinking of them. 3. We can only know essences through a non-perceptual type of intuition, an immediate seeing distinct from the sensory seeing of experience. Whereas perceptual intuition gives objects which are supposed to exist in space and time, essential intuition gives us objects whose existence is not presupposed, even though it may very well be illustrated or exemplified with regard to specific instances. And because of this, the intuitive exemplification of the eidos or pure essence can take place just as well in fantasy or acts of imaginative intuition. Essential intuition through eidetic reduction. According to Husserl, the essential intuition mentioned above has to be carried out by way of a peculiar process termed as eidetic reduction. The spell of naturalism makes it so difficult for all of us to see essences or ideas, says Husserl in his essay Philosophy as a Rigorous Science. Our minds are so choked up with factual beliefs and scientific presumptions that unless we first clean out this Augean stable, we shall be unable to gain an unimpeded view of the essences. Therefore, the first step in the process of essential intuition is what he calls creation of the epoch. Epoch. The epoch or suspension is described in ideas. In the epoch, I debar myself from using any judgment that concerns spatio-temporal reality, but without denying or doubting such judgments. Husserl states there. Roughly, this is a kind of mental purge akin to Descartes' methodological doubt. In epoch, the phenomenologist leaves behind the ordinary natural world, brackets all questions of truth or reality, and simply describes the contents of consciousness. It is a kind of abstention from or bracketing of all factual beliefs and scientific presumptions. Thus, in epoch, the external world is set out of action, and it is so maintained constantly and vigilantly so that the attention is concentrated on the contents of consciousness. Transcendental ego. Thus, in the first stage of eidetic reduction, one disconnects himself from the external physical world and keeps it bracketed. Once this stage is attained to, the next stage begins, which is more radical. In this stage, there should exist no I. The natural human ego, specifically one's own, it is to be reduced to the transcendental ego. Thus, one must bracket belief in the existence of selves or persons, including one's own self. Inasmuch as human ego is thought of as necessarily embodied, such embodiment too is to be set out of action along with all other physical objects. Thus, everything which retains one's identity as a person over the course of time is suspended, and what remains after such absolute bracketing of the empirical ego is what Husserl terms the transcendental ego, the pure consciousness, before which the distilled essences are to be paraded. With this, eidetic reduction comes to its culmination, and one is prepared for the development of what Husserl calls the theory of the essential nature of the transcendentally purified consciousness, in which the notion of intentionality is pivotal. Intentionality. Borrowing the idea of intentionality from the influential empirical psychologist and philosopher Franz Brentano, and purging it of the naive realism implied in it, Husserl makes it the cornerstone of his new theory. For Brentano, all consciousness, by its very nature, is a consciousness of something. In other words, it is intentional. And this something is an object, material or ideal, but implicitly real. Imbibing this idea, Husserl analyzes a conscious act into three terms: ego, cogitatio and cogitatum. The ego has a cogitatio directed towards a cogitatum, or simply the act indents the object. Every intentional experience, and this is indeed the fundamental mark of all intentionality, has its intentional object. Husserl states in the Ideas. the intentional relation is then further specified in two ways. On the one side of the object, the cogitatum splits up into figure and ground. What consciousness is explicitly focused upon and the marginal potentiality which surrounds this focal actuality. On the side of the subject, the cogitatio refers back to the transcendental ego which is involved in the act of conscious awareness. This backward reference is then reinforced with a distinction between immanent and transcendent perceptions. Any cogitatio, say the perception of an object, can itself become the object of a higher order reflective act which makes of this consciousness of the object and object of reflective consciousness. In so doing, the Brentanoian reference to transcendent reality is replaced with an immanent relation. Thus, whereas for Brentano the naive unreflective consciousness is carried along by the intentional relation and so comes to accord real being to that which is intended as the correlative of consciousness, for Husserl, who is in the reflective attitude created by the epoch, the focus is transferred from the object itself to the intentional relation in and through which the object is posited as such. Through just such a change in the focus of attention, consciousness is seen to be the absolute with regard to which the natural world enjoys a purely relative being. And these self-contained and absolute immanently directed experiences are what the indubitable foundation for the phenomenologist for any dubitable affirmation of existence. From the standpoint of this new concept of immanence, what we have been regarded as transcendent or transcendent to the life of consciousness must now be treated as immanent and as such available for an analysis whose descriptions operate within the scope of the criterion of indubitable self-evidence. This is how the sphere of immanence or of immanental consciousness is constituted. One note of caution at this juncture. On the one hand, we have a real object and real experiences through which it is said to be given. On the other, an ideal object and the purely immanental experiences through which it is given. But, and this is absolutely critical to an understanding of Husserl's own quite characteristic idealism, it does not follow from the above that we are now confronted with two realities, a natural reality and a phenomenologically reduced reality, a transcendent and an immanent reality. The second conception of reality is not added to the first, nor does it complement it in any way whatsoever. Rather, it is brought to light as a way in which the former can be analyzed and, moreover, in which the former has to be analyzed if it is ever to be possible for us to comprehend the way in which the natural world comes to acquire the very meaning which it is ordinarily simply assumed to possess. Now, as to such cogitatio, the conscious act taking place in this immanent sphere, three questions can arise. First, how exactly can an act be directed towards an object? Second, how in particular can this be done when the object does not exist? And third, how can different acts be directed towards one and the same object? Husserl answers these three in terms of his notion of noesis and noema. Noesis and noema. Noesis and noema are roughly Husserl's names for conscious act and its content. Thus, the noetic is the experiential manifold in and through which the objectivities in question are posited, and the noematic are those objectivities themselves, the perceived object, the remembered object, the imagined object, the objectified pleasure, etc. Noema can be thought of as the generalization of the idea of sense or meaning to the field of all conscious acts. A perception, for example, contains a noema or meaning in virtue of which it intends an object. A true perception or an accurate memory is fulfilled by the object in the way a word's sense is satisfied by a referent. Where there exists no such object, the act is still directed, since it contains a meaning which could be fulfilled if the object existed. Perceptions from different perspectives, or a perception and a memory, may be of the same object through containing the same sense. The key to understanding both linguistic and mental representation thus is the notion of meaning. But there is a crucial difference between these two kinds of representations. A linguistic expression cannot give meaning to itself, whereas a mental state or experience is intrinsically intentional because it in itself includes, as an essential part of the phenomenological content that makes it the experience it is, an intrinsically meaningful or meaning-giving component. In other words, the meaning that makes the linguistic expressions representational comes from the outside, whereas the representational or intentional character of our mental states and experiences come from the inside. Thus, phenomenological reflection involves a peculiar and quite specific transformation of consciousness. Instead of going along with the positing of an object in the natural attitude, one makes the intentional relation to the object an object of investigation. One asks himself how the object in question comes to be posited with a meaning which adheres to it as an object of such and such a kind. Instead of perceiving, imagining or remembering, I make the act of perceiving, imagining or remembering the object of a specific phenomenological investigation with a view to specifying the essence of perceptual, imaginative or memorial consciousness. Summary. The concern of the philosopher, the phenomenologist, is not with empirical facts, but with the essences in virtue of which the objects are the ones they are. The very task of phenomenology can be conceived as the analysis of those systems of correlation which obtain between the diversity and multiplicity of actuality given lived experiences and the essential structures which are posited as the ideal objects of just such a manifold of lived experience. To attain this essential intuition, we must bracket the natural standpoint, including the scientist's account of the world and our beliefs in the existence of an outside world and of our empirical psyches. Once this is done, we are free to focus on an autonomous realm of consciousness whose principal feature is to indent or direct itself towards objects. Consciousness does this by casting a net of meaning or noemata for objects to fulfill. It is, roughly speaking, these noemata which are the essences studied by the phenomenologist. In studying them, he lays bare the ways in which the consciousness as the trafficker in meaning animates and constitutes the world as it is encountered. Now some assignments for you. Compare and contrast Husserlian method to the methodological doubt of Descartes. Is Husserl an idealist? Justify your answer. And elucidate the debts to and bearings on Husserlian phenomenology of existentialism. Now some references. The Cambridge Companion to Husserl, published in 1995 by the Cambridge University Press. The Idea of Phenomenology, translated by W. Alston and G. Nakanian, Martinus Nijov, The Hague, published by The Hague in 1964. Ideas 1, translated by F. Kirsten for Martinus Nijov, published by Hague in 1982. Ideas 2, translated by R. Rogersvik and A. Schur, Kluwer, Doddridge, 1989. Ideas 3, translated by Ted Klein and William Paul, Martinus Nijov, published by The Hague in 1980. With that, we conclude the session on Edmund Husserl. We'll be back with another session. Till then, goodbye.
friends, here we discuss hyperbolic functions. The hyperbolic sine and hyperbolic cosine of a complex variable set are defined by sin h set is equal to e raised to z minus e raised to minus z by 2 and cos h z which is equal to e raised to z plus e raised to minus z by 2. Mark it as equation number 1. We note that the definition in 1 resembles to the hyperbolic sine and cosine of a real variable. Since e raised to z and e raised to minus z are entire functions, their linear combinations sin h z and cos h z are also entire function. Also, d by dz of sin h z which is equal to d by dz of, instead of sin h z we can write e raised to z minus e raised to minus z by 2, which is equal to e raised to z minus e raised to minus z divided by 2, which is equal to e raised to z minus and minus plus e raised to minus z by 2, which is our cos h z, which is equal to cos h z. Here we have cos h z is equal to e raised to z plus e raised to minus z by 2. Similarly, d by dz of cos h z is equal to sin h z. In the previous chapter, we have seen that sin z is equal to sin z is equal to e raised to I z minus e raised to minus I z by 2i, and also cos z is equal to e raised to I z plus e raised to minus I z by 2i. Now, sin z is equal to e raised to I z minus e raised to minus I z by 2y, which is equal to minus I into e raised to I z minus e raised to minus I z by 2, which is equal to minus I sin h I z. That is minus I into sin h I z, which is equal to sin z. Equation number 2. Putting I z in place of z in 2 and multiplying both sides by minus I, we obtain minus I sin I z minus I sin I z, which is equal to sin h z. That is equation number 3. Proceeding similarly, we obtain cos h I z is equal to cos z, that is cos h I z is equal to cos z, equation number 4, and also cos I z is equal to cos h z. Equation number 5. Next we have identities involving hyperbolic sines and cosines. Identities. First one we have sin h of minus z is equal to minus sin h z. Second one, cos h of minus z is equal to cos h of minus z is equal to cos h z itself. Third one, cos h square z minus sin h square z is equal to 1. Fourth one, sin h z1 plus z2, which is equal to sin h z1 cos h z2 plus cos h z1 sin h z2. That is sin h z1 plus z2. That is just like a sin a plus b type, which is equal to sin h z1 cos h z2 plus cos h z1 sin h z2. Next we have, here we have cos h z1 plus z2. This is equal to cos h z1 cos h z2 plus sin h z1 sin h z2. This is the expansion of cos h z1 plus z2. Also, when z is equal to x plus iy, we have sin h z, sixth one, sin h z, sin h z is equal to sin hx cos y, sin hx cos hy, sorry, cos y, sin hx and cos y plus I into cos hx sin y, I into cos hx sin y. That is sin z is equal to sin hx cos y plus I into cos hx sin y. Next we have the seventh identity, we have sin hz is equal to cos hx cos y. Similarly we have cos hz is equal to cos hy, cos hy, not cos hx. Here we have cos hx, cos hx cos y, cos hx cos y plus I sin hx sin y. Here we have cos terms only, here we have sin terms only. Eighth one, eighth identity, modulus of sin hz whole raised to 2. That is modulus of sin hz whole square. This I can write as sin h square x, sin h square x plus sin square y. This is modulus of sin hz whole square. Next, ninth one, we have mod cos hz whole square, which is equal to sin h square x plus cos square y. Proof of all the above results follow directly from definition 1. For example, that is sin h of minus z, sin h of minus z, we can write it is equal to e raised to minus z minus e raised to minus I, e raised to minus of, here we have e raised to minus of minus z by 2, which is equal to, which is again equal to e raised to minus z minus e raised to minus and minus become plus, so it is e raised to z by 2, which is equal to, which I can write as e raised to z minus e raised to minus z by 2, which is equal to minus of sin h z. The above identities involving hyperbolic sines and cosines can be obtained from the trigonometric identities obtained in the previous chapter. Using the same, we prove some of the identities listed above, leaving the remaining as an exercise. First one, in the trigonometric identity, sine of minus z is equal to minus sine z. Replacing z by iz, we obtained sine of minus, that is, we are replacing z by iz. So it is sine of minus iz is equal to minus sine iz. It is equal to minus sine iz. Using 2, equation number 2, we obtained minus I into sine h of, here we have I of minus I into sine h of I of minus iz, which is equal to minus of minus I into sine h of I of iz, that is minus I sine hz. This is equal to I into sine h of minus z. Multiplying both sides by I, the above yields. That is, we have to multiply both sides by I, which implies what? Sine hz is equal, sine h of minus z, sine h of minus z, which is equal to minus sine hz. In the trigonometric identity, cos square z plus sin square z is equal to 1. That is, replacing z by iz, we obtain cos square iz, that is, we are replacing z by iz, it becomes cos square iz plus sin square iz, which is equal to 1. That is, thus we can write it as cos iz whole square plus sin iz whole square is equal to 1. Using equation 3 and 5, the above implies cos hz whole square plus I sin hz whole square equal to 1. That is, cos h square z minus sin h square z is equal to 1. Next, in the trigonometric identity, we have sin z1 plus z2 is equal to, that we all know, sin z1 cos z2 plus cos z1 sin z2. Replacing z1 by I z1 and z2 by I z2, we obtain sin I z1 plus z2 is equal to that is sin I z1 plus z2 this is equal to sin I z1 cos I z2 plus cos I z1 sin I z2. Using 3 and 5, the above implies I z h z1 plus z2 is equal to I sin h z1 cos h z2 plus cos h z1 I sin h z2. That is, sin h of z1 plus z2 is equal to sin h z1 cos h z2 plus cos h z1 sin h z2, our identity. According to 3 above, minus I sin I z is equal to minus I sin I z, which is equal to sin h z, here we have brackets, which is equal to sin h z, and hence sin h z whole square is equal to I sin I z whole square, which is equal to sin I z whole square, that is sin h z, modulus of sin h z whole square, This is equal to I sin I z whole square, which is equal to sin I z whole square. Modulus of sin I z whole square. That is, if z is equal to x plus iy, sin h z whole square is equal to sin I into x plus iy whole square modulus, which is equal to again modulus of sin minus y plus ix whole square, which is our equation number 6. Also by result in the previous chapter, that is modulus of sin a into x plus iy whole square, that is modulus of sin a into x plus iy whole square, which is equal to, which we can write as sin square ax plus sin square ax plus sin h square ay. And hence in particular we have modulus of sin x plus iy whole square equal to sin square x plus sin h square y, and thus modulus of sin minus y plus ix whole square is equal to sin square y plus sin h square x. Substituting this in the equation number 6 yields modulus of sin hz whole square, which is equal to sin h square x, here we have square, so it is sin h square x plus sin square y. Periodicity. In view of the periodicity of the trigonometric functions sin z and cos z, it follows from the relations 3 and 5 that sin hz and cos hz are periodic with period 2 pi I. Also from equation 3 and 5 it follows that sin hz is equal to 0 if and only if z is equal to n pi I. That is sin hz is equal to 0 only when z is equal to what? N pi I, where this n varies from 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 etc. And cos hz is equal to 0 if and only if when z is equal to pi by 2 plus n pi. Here z is equal to pi by 2 plus n pi. Here also n varies from, here we have I. It varies from 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 etc. Next we have other hyperbolic functions. The hyperbolic tangent of z is defined by means of the equation tan hz is equal to sin hz by cos hz. Tan hz is equal to, we have sin hz by cos hz. Of course we know tan is equal to sin by cos, and is analytic in every domain in which cos hz not equal to 0. The function cot hz, sec hz and also cosec hz are the reciprocals of tan hz, cos hz and sin hz respectively. Next we have differentiation formulas. We have seen that d by dz of sin hz is equal to cos hz. And d by dz of cos hz is equal to sin hz. Similarly, it can be seen that d by dz of tan hz is equal to, here we have d by dz of cos hz is equal to sin hz, d by dz of tan hz is equal to sec h square z, d by dz of cot hz, cot hz is equal to minus cosec h square z, and d by dz of sec hz is equal to we have d by dz of sec hz is equal to minus sec hz into what? Tan hz. And what remains? D by dz of cosecant hz. Which is equal to minus cosecant hz into cot hz. So, here we have discussed hyperbolic functions, and we have so many formulas for finding the derivatives of so many functions. See you next time. Till then, take care.
Once they were the owners of these lands. All these vast expanses of forests, mountains and valleys belonged to them. And they lived off the fruits of nature without disturbing its harmony. Their rhythm of life was in tandem with the tunes of their environment. A rhythm that echoes in their music. The music and dance have helped mitigate the hardships of life and brought them together in nurturing the values of mutual trust and love. But with the periodic arrival of usurpers from the plains, their lives got altered drastically. Soon, they were deprived of everything. People with no land, no rights. Even today, the Adivasis of Wayanad in northern Kerala remain marginalized. Life for them is a struggle with no end. The last hope of liberation being the education of their children. But these hapless children contributed only to the school attendance. These students were hardly able to grasp the alphabets, not to speak of completing formal education. The answer to this predicament was an alternative education system with its roots in tribal culture. It was in the late 1970s that Mr. K.J. Baby walked into the lives of the Wayanad tribals with a vision of his own. Noted for his books Nadu Gadiga and Maveli Mandram, set against the backdrop of tribal culture, Baby had a long association with the tribals of Wayanad. While participating in many a tribal uprising, he found an alarmingly high incidence of school dropouts among tribal children. Something had got to be done to make education relevant and meaningful to them. Thus, while organizing evening classes for school dropouts, Baby saw a dream of an alternative education system for the children of the Adivasis. And Kanavar was that dream. Kanavar, based at Nadavayal in Wayanad, had a humble beginning in 1994 with financial assistance for infrastructure from a Bangalore-based charitable trust. Deviating from the conventional pedagogy, Baby worked out a different system of education with the help of a few activists and his wife, Shirley Joseph.
In 94 when we started, there were only 32 children here. Right now there are 52, 27 girls and 25 boys. Almost all of them are tribals except 4, including our own 2, Shantipriya and Gidipriya.
Understanding nature is the first lesson that children learn at Kanavar. Towards this end, Kanavar grows its own food. The harvest festivities, with all the traditional ceremonies, make the school a commune where inmates feel no differences among themselves. Knowingly or unknowingly, this fraternity has become a pilgrimage to the lost identity of a foregone culture. Is this a pedagogy of the oppressed?
ഒരു സാമൂഹ്യ ജീവി എന്ന നിലയിൽ മനുഷ്യന്റെ സ്നേഹം, ഈ പരസ്പര വിശ്വാസം, ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് ശരിക്കും നന്മ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഇതൊക്കെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഇതിലെ നശിച്ചു പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലത്താണ് നമ്മൾ ജീവിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം പരസ്പര ഈ മത്സരങ്ങളും വ്യക്തിയോടും അതേപോലെ കുടുംബത്തിനോടും എല്ലാം രാജ്യത്തോടും പൊരുതിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്ന പഴയ ഗോത്രവർഗ്ഗങ്ങളിൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഇപ്പോഴും ഒരു പരസ്പര സ്നേഹത്തിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ഒരു പച്ചപ്പ് കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അതിനെ എങ്ങനെ വളരെ നല്ല രീതിയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഈ നന്മേനെ എങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് വളർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റും, ഇതാണ് കനവിൻ്റെ ശ്രമം.
More than a vague theoretical proposition, one can see this philosophy at work in every activity at Kanavu. In cultivating their food, cooking it together, sharing the meals and staying together, the inmates of Kanavu are putting their philosophy into practice. By no way Kanavu fits into the concept of a conventional school. It doesn't follow any rigid curriculum. On the contrary, it has successfully applied the noble way of cooperative learning and peer teaching procedures. Children are divided into 7 groups, which are headed by senior students, each one of them handling a specific subject. Subjects of study include history of Wayanad, epics, proverbs and fables, arithmetic, geography, drawing, language, basic sciences, and study of the environment. Study time at Kanavu begins at 10 in the morning and goes on until noon. After every 20 minutes, the groups rotate to change their subjects. A system without the hassles of examination and ranking. Education here is pure quest for knowledge. For students who once failed to cope with the education in ordinary schools, learning has become interesting. This interactive learning process provides a solid footing for the empowerment of a marginalized society. The group leaders, who form the peer group, function as the pillars of the system in Kanavu. Every evening, they assemble for the appraisal of the day's activities and to plan for the future. In the process, the group leaders get their share of knowledge from the elders. A modest library with a holding of over 2,000 titles initiate the students to newer frontiers of knowledge. Kanavu in Malayalam means dream. For many students, it has given new dreams and hopes of realizing them, as Saji, one of the students, puts it.
ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ടാണ് ശരിക്കും എഴുത്തും വായനയൊക്കെ ശരിക്കും ഇങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയത്. അതാണ് അവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് ഈ പഠിത്തത്തിലിത്. പിന്നെ അവിടുത്തെ അല്ലാതെ പിന്നെ അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ പഠിത്തം മാത്രമല്ലേ, ഇവിടെ അതല്ലേ സ്കൂളുമാണ് വീടുമാണ്, പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ കുറെ ഉപകരണങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, സ്വപ്നം വരെ കാണാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ഉപകരണങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോ പഠിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾ സ്റ്റേജിലൊക്കെ അവതരിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ ഒരു അഭിമാനം തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്.
And gradually, children once lost in deprivation are now trying to express themselves.
My red balloon, fly high, so high, so high. I jump up high and try to fly, but can't you tell me why?
If understanding nature is the body of Kanavu, Music and other fine arts form the soul of this experiment. Every day in Kanavu begins with Swarasadhakam, where children are given training in music and musical instruments. Baby, a musician by himself, leads the classes. These children constitute the music troupe of Kanavu, which generates a major share of its income. But that is not the end in itself. Music helps add to the wholesome enrichment envisaged by Kanavu.
ഇവർ ഈ ഗോത്രത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു സവിശേഷത എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ജനിച്ച് വീഴുമ്പം മുതലേ ഇവർ ഈ തുടിത്താളങ്ങളും അതേമാതിരി തന്നെ ഈ കാരണവന്മാരുടെ കഷ്ടപ്പാടുകൾക്കിടയിലാണെങ്കിലും ഇങ്ങനെ ചുവട് വെച്ചുള്ള പതിഞ്ഞ നൃത്തങ്ങൾ ഇതെല്ലാം കണ്ടു കേട്ടിട്ടാണ് ഇവർ വളരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് അവരുടെ ജന്മത്തിൽ ശരിക്കും ജീവവായുമായിട്ട് തന്നെ ലയിച്ചു ചേർന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ താളവും അതേമാതിരി തന്നെ ഈ രാഗങ്ങളും വ്യത്യസ്ത രാഗങ്ങളും.
This innate sense of rhythm helps the children master the intricacies of classical dances like Mohiniyattam, which originated in Kerala. Mohiniyattam and Kalaripaita are the only areas where specialist teachers are engaged. Learning a few steps from Kalaripaita and yoga helps them in keeping their body and mind healthy. In a short span of 2 years, these students have acquired enough skills, amazing speed and felicity of body to excel in this traditional martial art. The evening get-togethers help them polish their talents and provide enough confidence for performing in public. Apart from giving the much-needed finance, these shows provide ample opportunities for the children to articulate themselves. Nobody wastes time and energy here. Afternoons are devoted for training in various crafts like pottery. By mastering such crafts and fine arts, the children of Kanavu take education beyond the confines of the classroom and make it a tool for self-development. Growing cash crops like coffee is yet another step in this direction, which also adds up to their meager resources. While preferring to be self-reliant, Kanavu doesn't undermine its social responsibilities, but there is always a question as to how equipped these children are in leading a life of their own.
Education in Kanavu is not designed to prepare anybody for life outside. As far as we are concerned, life is not something that's marked out as education and life as two separate entities. The children are living here, they will go on living out in the outside world also. But whatever skills or whatever training they have had here helps them to face the world outside with more confidence.
And how confidently they face the world would decide the future of a whole society. If students once labelled as morons can learn a few things about history, answer a few questions about their environment, can perform a song, or speak in public about their rights, Kanavu is a success. Kanavu is gaining in reputation day by day. Once ignored by education experts, Kanavu has become the venue for interactive learning classes for teachers and students of the mainstream schools. These plays, songs and dances throw away all the inhibitions of the children, helping them to mingle with one another freely. You can share the dream. You're welcome to Kanavu if you can narrate a story, recite a poem or dance with the children. For Baby and Shirley Joseph, Kanavu is more than an experiment. It is an affair dear to their heart. That is why they have enrolled their children Shantipriya and Geetipriya at Kanavu. Of course, they have a whole society behind them.
ഇതുപോലെ ഇങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ വിവരങ്ങളും ഇങ്ങനെ പഠിച്ചു വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തന്നാലെ പോയി അവിടെ പോയി അവരോട് പോയി ചോദിക്കാനും ഈ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്നത് തരാനുണ്ട്, ഇന്നത് ഞങ്ങളെ പിടിച്ചെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണം, ഇത് തരാണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ സമരം ചെയ്യും എന്നൊക്കെ ധൈര്യമായിട്ട് പറയാനുള്ള ഒരു തണ്ടകം വേണമല്ലോ. അതിന് പിള്ളേർ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക.
Kanavu is a silent revolution. It is an effort to arm a society that has lost everything. Look at these faces. Perhaps they may empower themselves to liberate a community from years of subservience and marginalization.
Hello and welcome to the session on Web 3.0. What is Web 3.0? Let's start with a little explanation on how it differs from Web 2.0. Web 2.0 is characterized mainly by the ability of users to share information quickly with others, which has been developed into the phenomenon that we call social media. From Twitter to Facebook to YouTube and to all sorts of other kinds of communities, Web 2.0 is all about sharing and seeing. And if you recall or were around during what is now known as Web 1.0, information was put upon a website, and that was it. The best way of sharing it was privately through emails and such. There was little to no communication, and if you wanted information, you had to go to the source for it. Can you imagine such a harsh internet? Through its life cycle, the World Wide Web has been through various phases of development. Going by the trend of constant evolution, the web is now slowly but surely transiting to more data-centric phase in the context of web version 3.0. Web 3.0 was first coined by John Markoff of the New York Times, and he suggested Web 3.0 as third generation of the web in 2006. The basic idea of Web 3.0 is to define structured data and link them in order to more effective discovery, automation, integration and reuse across various applications. Web 3.0 tries to link, integrate and analyze data from various data sets to obtain new information stream. It is able to improve data management, support accessibility of mobile internet, simulate creativity and innovation, encourage factor of globalization phenomena, enhance customers' satisfaction, and help to organize collaboration in social web. Why Web 3.0? When we browse the web for some information, it first displays links of some websites, which may or may not be apt for us. One has to try using various combination of keywords to get the relevant information. The web only scans for the keywords specified by the user. Therefore, it is very important to have a platform that reduces the time spent in searching the solutions and helps us arrive at a better solution. In Web 2.0, the answers are displayed in all the contexts except the actual one which the user is searching for. This difficulty can be overcome in Web 3.0 as it helps the user to arrive at the answer which he or she wants. The whole process of search is expected to change once Web 3.0 is brought into the picture. This can help in the speedy gathering of information from the internet. With it, the system can be better equipped to provide the required information to the users by searching, organizing and presenting only the relevant information. The era of Web 3.0 can be said as Age of Artificial Intelligence. Some experts say that Web 3.0 is like a personal assistant which has information about practically everything. This is the reason that it is also called as giant database. In Web 2.0, the internet has been used as a means for providing connection between people, while in Web 3.0, it is used to make connections with information. This can be better explained with the following example. If one wishes to go on a vacation with an estimated budget of Rs 30,000 by using the Web 2.0 technologies, one has to browse through some sites to get the required information about the expenses to be incurred on travel package, place of stay, sightseeing, etc. By browsing various sites, one can compare the rates offered by different travel agents. This is certainly a cumbersome and time-consuming process. However, with Web 3.0, one can reduce time that is spent on browsing different sites, as the internet would do all the work, even when the search parameters are narrowly specified. The web browser will gather, analyze and present the information in a way that will make the comparison easier. This happens as Web 3.0 can understand the information available on the web. A Web 3.0 search engine not only looks for the keywords specified, but also interprets the context in which they are presented. It can provide relevant results along with some suggestions for searching more data. Web 3.0 is also called the Internet of Services. Besides the human readable part of the web, there will be a machine accessible services which can be orchestrated to higher level of services. Structure and objectives of Web 3.0. Web 3.0 has a totally different structure when compared to the earlier versions of the web. The basic structure is characterized by semiotics and semantics. Semantics refers to the study of meaning in communication, whereas semiotics is the study of sign processes or signification and communication, signs and symbols, both individually and grouped into sign systems. It includes a study of how a meaning is constructed and understood. Semantics can be very useful to the user as it helps him or her in arriving at the right answer for the query. Web 3.0 provides a ubiquitous web which facilitates accessibility of the net to anywhere and anytime with the available device and breaks the barriers such as bandwidth constraints, poor display on mobile devices, and reducing the cost of the devices which are involved with it. Web 3.0 comprises two main platforms, semantic technologies and social computing environment. Web 3.0 adopts the semantic technologies and open standards which can be applied to the current web. The main focus of social computing environment is on human-machine synergy, which is required in organizing a large number of social web communities. The main difference between Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 is that Web 2.0 targets on content creativity of users and producers, while Web 3.0 targets on linked data sets. Characteristics of Web 3.0. 4 characteristics of Web 3.0 can be summarized as: 1. Intelligence. Experts believe that one of the most promising features of Web 3.0 will be web with intelligence, that is, an intelligent web. Applications will work intelligently with the use of human-computer interaction and intelligence. Different artificial intelligence-based tools and techniques such as rough sets, fuzzy sets, neural networks, machine learning, etc. will be incorporated with the applications to work intelligently. This means an application based on Web 3.0 can directly do intelligent analysis and then optimal output would be possible, even without much intervention of the user. Documents in different languages can be intelligently translated into other languages in Web 3.0 era. Web 3.0 should enable us to work through natural language. Therefore, users can use their native language for communication with the others around the world. 2. Personalization. Another characteristics of Web 3.0 era is personalization. Personal or individual preferences would be considered during different activities such as information processing, search, formation of personalized portal on the web. Semantic web would be the core technology for personalization in Web 3.0. 3. Interoperability. In the context of Web 3.0, the terms interoperability, collaboration and reusability are basically interrelated. Interoperability implies reuse, which is again a form of collaboration. Web 3.0 will provide a communicative medium for knowledge and information exchange. When a person or a software program produces information on the web and this information used by another, then the creation of new form of information or knowledge takes place. An application based on Web 3.0 would be able to run on many types of computers, microwave devices, handheld devices, mobiles, TVs, automobiles and many others. Pervasive web is a term used to describe this phenomenon where web is operable to a wide range of electronic devices. 4. Virtualization. Web 3.0 would be a web with high-speed internet bandwidths and high-end 3D graphics which can better be utilized for virtualization. The trend for future web refers to the creation of virtual three-dimensional environments. An example of the most popular 3D web application of Web 3.0 is Second Life. Technology trends for Web 3.0. Based upon the above definitions, it is likely that the new generation of web applications will have some specific core technologies to support them. In this section, we present some of the major trends in terms of technologies that might become the building blocks of the Web 3.0. They are semantic web, social web, ubiquitous web, media-centric web, the 3D web, etc. Among these, the most important one is semantic web. Semantic web. Web 3.0 is also known as semantic web. Semantic web was thought up by Tim Berners-Lee, inventor of the World Wide Web. According to World Wide Web Consortium, the semantic web provides a common framework that allows data to be shared and reused across application, enterprise, and community boundaries. The main purpose of the semantic web is driving the evolution of the current web by enabling users to find, share, and combine information more easily. The semantic web, as originally envisioned, is a system that enables machines to understand and respond to complex human requests based on their meaning. Such an understanding requires that the relevant information sources be semantically structured. Tim Berners-Lee originally expressed the semantic web as follows. If HTML and the web made all the online documents look like one huge book, RDF, schema, and inference languages will make all the data in the world look like one huge database. Semantic web is not limited to publish data on the web. It is about making links to connect related data. Berners-Lee introduced a set of rules that have become known as the linked data principles to publish and connect data on the web in 2007. The development of the semantic web proceeds in steps, each step building a layer on top of another. Figure on the screen shows the layer cake of the semantic web, which describes the main layers of the semantic web design and vision. One way to differentiate a semantic web application from any other application is the usage of those three technologies. However, the semantic web has been called many things such as Web 3.0 or the linked data web. Unicode and URI. Unicode is used to represent any character uniquely, whatever this character was written by any language. And Uniform Resource Identifier is unique identifiers for resources of all. The functionality of Unicode and URI could be described as a provision of a unique identification mechanism within the language stack for the semantic web. XML. It is a language that lets one write structured web documents with a user-defined vocabulary. XML is particularly suitable for sending documents across the web. XML has no built-in mechanism to convey the meaning of the user's new tags to other users. RDF, Resource Description Framework. It is a basic data model like the entity relationship model for writing symbol statements about web objects. A scheme for defining information on the web. RDF provides a technology for expressing the meaning of terms and concepts in a form that computers can readily process. RDF schema. It provides a predefined basic type system for RDF models. RDF schema provides modeling primitives for organizing web objects into hierarchies. Key primitives are classes and properties, subclass and subproperty relationships, and domain and range restrictions. Ontology. The ontology layer described properties and the relationship between properties and different. Ontology can be defined as a collection of terms used to describe a specific domain with the ability of inference. Logic layer. It is used to enhance the ontology language further and to allow the writing of application-specific declarative knowledge. Proof layer. It involves the actual deductive process as well as the representation of proofs in web languages and proof validation. Trust layer. It will emerge through the use of digital signatures and other kinds of knowledge based on recommendations by trusted agents or on rating and certification agents and consumer bodies. Advantages and disadvantages of Web 3.0. Web 3.0 is often interpreted as a new dimension of the Internet. It is in fact a technological improvement in the way computers display a website and its content. Nothing is ever perfect. Just as how there's no device that's 100% efficient, when there are advantages, more often than not, there are some disadvantages as well, and this holds true for Web 3.0. Advantages. The first one, improves data management. Management of data in websites is a complex process, as combining data from various structures requires knowledge of many applications, and in some cases the computer may or may not be able to understand some data. In such cases, it becomes very difficult to link data for obtaining the required input. This problem can be resolved to some extent with the adoption of semantic web, because it first describes the relationship between different sets of data, which makes it easier for the computer to understand the relationship and integrates them easily for obtaining the desired output. 2. Web 3.0 supports accessibility of mobile internet. Globally, the number of subscribers for mobile devices was likely to touch 4 billion by the end of 2008. The global mobile penetration rate was expected to touch 50% during the same period. However, with the advent of 3G technologies, which facilitate easy access of internet in the mobile devices, this figure is likely to touch the rate of 60%. Hence, the demand is likely to be increased for Web 3.0 because of its superior quality. It is expected to play a very important role in enhancing the accessibility of the internet through mobile devices. 3. Web 3.0 stimulates creativity and innovation. The main point in Web 3.0 is the flexibility of linking different databases. The information and knowledge data sets can be utilized equally by the systems as well as the human beings, thereby enhancing their efficiency. This encourages innovation process, which in turn help in the generation of ideas. 4. Web 3.0 encourages factor of globalization phenomena. Web 3.0 aims at building standardizing various data structures through a common programming language known as Resource Description Framework. This is the standard model for exchanging data on the web. RDF is written in XML, which facilitates easy exchange of information among different systems. This breaks the barriers, bandwidth, poor display of web on mobile devices, etc. 5. Web 3.0 helps to organize collaboration in social web. Nowadays, most people have registered themselves with the various social networking sites. Many weblogs have emerged as a part of those sites. By Web 3.0, the information available can be linked through RDF. This process helps in creating a list of conversations across blogs and mailing lists. With Web 3.0, the users can experience a totally novel form of internet because it can be accessed on different devices. It also offers a rich application tier with more logic. 6. Data accessibility. A huge benefit of Web 3.0 is a move towards being able to access data from anywhere. This is mainly being driven by the heavy usage of smartphones and cloud applications. The idea here is to make sure that the user can access as much data as possible from anywhere, not just their home. Technology is trying to expand this idea in ways that allow TVs to pick up on user data and allowing smartphones to access data on your computer. Challenges or disadvantages. Semantic web faces several challenging issues too, like 1. Vastness. The World Wide Web contains many billions of pages. Redundancy in data may occur which has not yet been able to eliminate all semantically duplicated terms. 2. Vagueness. This arises from the vagueness of user queries, of concepts represented by content providers, of matching query terms to provider terms, and of trying to combine different knowledge bases with overlapping but subtly different concepts. 3. Inconsistency. These are logical contradictions which will inevitably arise during the development of large ontologies and when ontologies from separate sources are combined. 4. Deceit. This is when the producer of the information is intentionally misleading the consumer of the information. Ever since the invention of web in 1989 by Tim Berners-Lee, it continued to develop, and Web 3.0 is another step in this process. The main purpose of Web 3.0 is to extend the ability of application to maximize the benefits obtained from resources available from www community with the help of linked data, devices and people across the web. In a Web 3.0 world, the internet will be totally different to the users as the content and applications can easily be accessed at there, thus breaking away from the traditional format. Now, let us summarize what we have discussed so far. This chapter discusses some definitions of the Web 3.0, its evolution and characteristics. Web 3.0 foresees a scenario where such ubiquitous technologies will create a convergence of real and virtual environments where the user will seamlessly interact with humans and machines either through virtual means or in the real world. Web 3.0 supports worldwide database and web-oriented architecture, which in earlier stage was described as a web of document. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. 1. How is a semantic web related to the existing web? 2. What is RDF, Resource Description Framework? 3. Differentiate Web 3.0 from Web 2.0. 4. What do you mean by artificial intelligence? 5. What do you mean by ontology in Web 3.0? 6. Analyze critically the changes that the Web 3.0 has introduced to journalism. Hope that you may go through the references for further understanding. Web 3.0, the third generation web is coming, by Noah Spivak. Semantic Web for the Working Ontologist, by Dean Alemang in 2008. The Semantic Web Explained, the Technology and Mathematics Behind Web 3.0 by Peter Seredy, published by Cambridge University Press in 2014. Artificial Intelligence Technologies and the Evolution of Web 3.0 by Thomas Asa, published in 2015. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Have a nice day.
Welcome to the interface. Today we are having Professor P.P. Divagaran, formerly of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Bombay, with us. Hello, sir.
Very pleased to be here.
You are interested, your basic interest is in physics.
Yeah.
And quantum mechanics.
Quantum field theory.
Quantum field theory.
Yeah, my interest has always been in physics, and till I retired, I was a professional physicist. I still am, but many other interests now.
But you are also having interest in the history of mathematics.
That's something which started about 10 years ago. And the reason why it started is that I met a very, very distinguished scholar, Dr. K.V. Sharma, who has done more than anyone else to make prominent, to bring to light
the extraordinary achievements of the mathematicians who lived in and worked in Kerala, not very far from here. So I met him more or less by chance in Chennai, and he said, well, you are a mathematician, you are a physicist, and you understand Malayalam, you can read Malayalam, so why did you take an interest in the mathematics of the people who lived in near the on the in and around Tirunavaya? So
you are interested in history of mathematics history of the Indian mathematics mainly, but since you are from Kerala and I am also from Kerala, I am more interested in asking some questions regarding the history of mathematics in Kerala.
Yeah.
So what are the big names, or what are the main mathematicians who lived in?
Yeah. See, there are two phases to the activity, mathematical activity in Kerala. The first is represented by two people, two names. One, the senior one was a man called Govindaswamy, and his disciple Shankara Narayanan, who worked in Kodungalur. At that time it was called Mahadevapuram
Observatory.
He had an observatory there, and he says so, Yantra Valaya, and he also wrote a book which is of very great historical value, and that book was brought to light not by historians of mathematics but by a true historian, Elankulam Kunjan Pillai, because using the dates, astronomical dates in it, he could establish the dates of some of the emperors of the Second Chera Empire. So that was there.
It is also mentioned in the PhD thesis of Professor M.G.S. Narayanan.
Of course, because M.G.S. Narayanan was, Ilankulam was in the department of Malayalam, M.G.S. was in the department of history, but he wrote his thesis with the help and under the supervision of Ilankulam. So it's natural.
And after Govindaswamy and Shankara Narayanan, what are the main figures in?
Then for about 500 years we have no news, no mathematical news from not only Kerala but from many parts of South India, except one or two names in Karnataka. And then about 1400 there came an explosion of mathematical activity, and this is attributed to all the people who came later to the great Madhava, and everybody who came after him.
So say something about the Madhava.
Yeah, but I will say first who followed him and then what they said about Madhava, because we don't know anything, very little. We know very little about Madhava himself personally. He didn't leave a major mathematical text behind, but his disciple Parameshwara, his son's disciple Nilakanta Somayaji, Nilakantha's disciple Jeshtadeva, his disciple Shankara Variyar, Achyuta Pisharadi, all of them wrote many books, not many, all of them, but some of them wrote many books. Jeshtadeva has written only one book, and all of them quote the verses due to Madhava, in which extraordinarily beautiful mathematical results are explained. And so we know that the founder of the school was Madhava, that all the original creative, truly creative, wonderfully original ideas were all attributed to Madhava, and these people all claim that we are explaining what he taught us.
This Madhava is supposed to be from Irinalakuda, and from a
I happen not to agree with that, because K.V. Sharma is responsible for this particular piece of information. K.V. Sharma and K. Kunjunli Raja, who was at that time in Madras University in the 50s and 60s. And as far as I can tell, there is no good reason for it, because
in the translation, in the Vyakhana of Venvaroha, Achyuta Pisharadi is giving some details about.
No, that's not possible, because Achyuta Pisharadi did not write on Venvaroha, as far as I know. Did he write anything on Venvaroha? I don't know. What we know in Madhava's own words in Venvaroha is that he is from a house called Bakuladhishtita Vihara.
Ilinipalli.
Then in another fragmentary manuscript which is now in Baroda. This is all K.V. Sharma's detective work. He is referred to as Ilanyipalli Madhavan Emmrc, which tells us many things. First of all, Ilanyipalli and Baguladhishthira Vihara are exactly the same, they have exactly the same meaning. It was very customary in those days to take Malayalam names, house names and village names and turn them into Sanskrit. Like for example, Alathiyur will become Ashwathagrama. Kozhikode. Then similar, many other similar things they have done. So I personally think that Ilanyipalli and Baguladhishthira Vihara refer to the house to which Madhava belonged. Then subsequently both Parameshwara and Nilakantha refer to him as being of Sangama Grama. Now Sangama Grama, if we accept that it is a Sanskritization of a traditional Malayalam name, in the area in which all these people worked, there was in fact a Sangama Gramam. It's called Kudalur. It is still there. So I've been there, and not only that, not very far from it, there is still an old Brahmin household called Kudalurilam. I have also been there, and so my feeling is that Sangamagrama Madhavan Emmrc of Ilanyipalli house is a product of this area, that is Bharatapura area, that is to say from Tirunavaya, Tripurangod, upstream up to Kudalur, or maybe a little beyond towards Pattambi. And I also think that Emmrc identifies him as a person who came fairly recently from Tulunadu, because the Brahmins of Tulu country were called Emmrc or Embrandiri, and that distinction apparently got fuzzy in course of time, but I personally think so. Historically it fits, because he brought a kind of new mathematics which was not known in the 500 years that passed between Shankaranarayana and Madhava.
So coming to the mathematical content of Madhava's work,
I am somewhat surprised at the fact that there is a great deal of disagreement among the scholars. Not a great deal. There is some reluctance to say exactly what it is that he did so wonderfully well. And in that story, there are many historians who have contributed, and I think some of the misunderstanding is due to the fact that the true textbook which describes Madhava's work in great detail is his text called Yukti Bhasha. It is written by Jeshtadeva and it is in Malayalam, it's in prose. So there were very few scholars who actually could read Yukti Bhasha in Malayalam, and K.V. Sharma was an exception. Kunjunni Raja was an exception. Then in the middle of the 1940s, one of the local Rajas, Ramavarma Tamburan, together with the modern mathematician Akhileshwar Iyer, wrote a beautiful annotated commentary
published by Mangalodayam.
And so that was not read by anyone. Certainly not the Western scholars were completely lost by that book. And K.V. Sharma, for all his greatness, did not have a feeling for the mathematics. So the last great work of K.V. Sharma was to produce an English translation of Yukti Bhasha, part 1, the mathematical part, not the astronomical part. So till that translation came, nobody knew about Yukti Bhasha, except a few people, except maybe half a dozen people, people interested in the subject. So Yukti Bhasha, several places, and as important as Yukti Bhasha is also the last great work of Nilakantha, which is the Bhashya of Aryabhatiya, which is also a work in prose but in Sanskrit. But that is full of references to Madhava. In fact, many places, quite a few places, Madhava's name comes up. For example, there are places where he will say Madhavadi Ganithatnacharya, or he will Madhavodita,
That is the case with that is the case with other people also. Parameshwaran.
Parameshwaran does not refer to Madhava by name so many times, and these references come.
But Parameshwaran treats Madhava is the guru of.
But he was his guru.
Nice.
Parameshwara was Madhava's Shishya. Okay, whereas Nilakantha was not, and Madhava was not alive when Nilakantha became Parameshwara's, went and lived in Parameshwara's house to learn from his sons. So at that time, Damodara and Ravi both. At that time, that was, Nilakantha, Parameshwara was born probably in 1440, something like that, and Madhava would have been dead for about 20 years by then.
So, we are not the original works of Madhava. Most of the original works of Madhava are not available with us. We are learning from other books written by his
Shishyas and their Shishyas, Shishya Parampara, and I think they are very, very reliable, because by then, the records are reasonably good, and especially what Nilakantha says about Madhava, I don't think we should question, because he is obviously very full of the Madhava lore, which he has got from his grand guru Parameshwara. So I think we can trust that. And about the dates, Parameshwara was probably not. Parameshwara is the only disciple of Madhava that we know of. If there were others, we don't know. But Nilakantha says in several places that here is a verse due to Madhava, or Shankaravarya will quote 2 or 3 verses, or Yashtadeva will quote 2 or 3 verses with no attribution. It doesn't say it is from Bhaskaracharya, and when we cannot attribute them to other people, it is customary, at least most scholars do it now, they think these are verses, occasional verses written by Madhava. We do not know a collected book in which he has put it all together. I don't think he did that. My personal view is that he never got round to writing. I think he was an extraordinarily brilliant mathematician. He had no time to write books.
That's a very correct.
Yeah, I think so.
Many people are like that.
Yeah, I think so.
And regarding Madhava's contributions, one main thing is usually considered as the Grigori series. That's
No, actually, this has been known for a long time. That is to say, these verses due to, for example, at the time when Ramavarma Tamburan and Akhilesh Raya produced their book, they were in touch with a professor of mathematics in Madras at that time, C.T. Rajagopal, who did a great deal by writing articles, publicize these things. So those who read that, and that was published in English, those who read that knew that several of the series which we know by other names now, like Gregory series or Leibniz series or Newton series for the sine and the cosine, they were all done by Madhava, and more than that, they were done in a way which was quite dazzlingly original to these people. But C.T. Rajagopal also did not read Malayalam. Okay, he depended to some extent on someone who Balagangadharan, who was in the Tata Institute School of Mathematics for a short time.
He was in our department also for
a while. He was in your department for a while, and he was an old friend of mine. I knew him very well. So he produced the first collected bibliography of works of Kerala origin at that time, during the time of Madhava to let's say Achyuta Pisharadi. So in that sense, that was known early. So everybody thought, wonderful, he's anticipated Gregory and Leibniz and Newton by 275 years, but they thought that was all. But if you read Yukti Bhasha now, and if you read it carefully, and you follow all the little detailed steps one by one, then what you see is that it is not that these series were produced by Madhava. He actually invented calculus, because the series, especially the so-called Gregory series, that is series for pi.
Not only stated it.
The proof is also given. Proofs are complete, and in many ways much better than the proofs in Europe, which came much later. It's very detailed. The proofs are very detailed, formally very satisfactory, intuitively very clear what the driving force is. And if you analyze this, it's very clear that what he has done was to invent infinitesimal calculus, but for only trigonometric functions.
So why these people are interested in evaluation of the
that's a very interesting, but unfortunately it's a very complicated question. It's also a technical question, because for this
related to astronomy,
it is indirectly related to astronomy, but I will have something to remind me to talk about the non-astronomical aspects of the work of the. Now I call this school the Nila school, because the Nila Nadi is the river which nourished all these villages. You know, these are all these famous 64 villages which were set up by supposedly by Parshuram, you know, Panniyur, Shogapuram, Tirunavaya, all these places. So I call it the Nila school because all these people lived within 10 kilometers of one another. From Trikandiyur to Kudallur is not very far, 15 kilometers. So, so given this thing, I call it the Nila school. So the Nila school's work for me is characterized by great originality, and for the first time to take mathematics away from its astronomical applications. But I'll come to that maybe later if there is time. But the original starting point is Aryabhatta, and Aryabhatta's mathematics was fully driven by astronomy, because he took the astronomical model from Alexandria, supplied the mathematics which was already developed in India, added to his own invention, such as, for example, trigonometry. So that's the reason why all these people were looking at trigonometric functions. So what he did was then to prepare a famous table called the sine table, in which for a certain set of values of an angle in a circle, he computed what we call the sine function. Now there is a very mysterious, very difficult to read, very elliptic verse of Aryabhatta, which says, we can do this for arcs of the circle, that is angles, which we can fix according to our wish, yatheshtani. Okay, in other words, arbitrarily. As modern language, modern mathematical language will say, for arbitrary angles, I want to compute the sine. Okay. Now, of course, he only computed it for steps of pi divided by 48. That is, the circle is divided into 96 equal parts.
He is also giving an approximate value for pi in Aryabhatta.
Yeah, because you cannot do this without a value.
0.1416.
Yeah, there is a value. Aryabhatta gave a value for pi. Not only did he give a value for pi, he also said it is proximate, not approximate. It's very close to it, the correct value, but it is not the correct value. So then, so if he says that you can do it for arbitrary angles, somebody has to do it. For 900 years, nobody did it, because many people misunderstood what Aryabhatta meant. Like, for example, the first Bhaskara, not the Bhaskaracharya that we know famously. Even the Bhaskaracharya, in his actual work, he also says that you can make it small, but he never used small angle values for the trigonometric functions. It is non-trivial to do it, because the big change is that you can make them, you can cut them into smaller and smaller pieces, and you can determine the function sine for each such piece. But Madhava's great genius lay in the fact that he said, I don't want to cut it into pieces. I want to do it for arbitrary values of the angle, not arbitrary divisions of the circle, but arbitrary but equal divisions of the circle, but arbitrary angles given any value of theta. It doesn't have to be of the form 2 pi divided by n multiplied by some number. Any value whatsoever. I want to know what the sine function is. To know that, since you're going to look for exact values of the sine, you want an exact value for pi. That is why he developed what is now called Gregory series, the value of pi. And that is in fact the derivation of that infinite series for pi is probably the most revolutionary step taken in Indian mathematics. I personally, it's a very, very powerful result.
A series is evaluated.
It's not just, first of all, to imagine that you can write an infinite series and give it mathematical sense. We don't know that it makes mathematical sense. I mean, in fact, it's the first time that it was done. Number one. Number two, to realize that you cannot give a value for pi in the form of, let's say, a rational expression. Okay, numerical expression divided by some fraction, sums of fractions, whatever. you cannot give a value for the angle theta as a rational function of tan theta. All of that is implicit in this. Then to actually say, all right, I can't do all those things, what can I do? I can write an infinite series and I can prove that it is exactly correct. So, so I think Madhava's greatness is no longer in question. For a long time no one knew. You know, the amazing thing is that we have satellites named after Aryabhata. We have
in fact, satellite is named as Aryabhatta, not as Aryabhata.
That's a complicated question. We don't want to get into it. It's Aryabhata. It's they don't. You see, if you drop the last vocal, Aryabhata, you say it Aryabhat, then you lose information about whether the last T is a T or a double T. And Bhatta, people were very fond of using it.
And in all the textbooks, whenever Aryabhata's name is mentioned, either by him or other people, it is always written as Aryabhata, not as Aryabhata.
No, if Aryabhata, if you write it as Aryabhatta, then the verses won't scan, because Bhatta is Laghu Laghu, Bhatta is Guru Laghu. So, so it won't scan. So that is, you know, no one doubts that.
This people of this school considered the Grigori series expansion for pi as well as some other series which can be used to evaluate the value of pi.
Yeah.
But are they interested in the convergence of a series of an arbitrary series?
You are asking very technical questions, but I will answer.
For example, in I read that in this Aryabhatiya Bhashya of Nilakanta, some other series are also evaluated. For example, the geometric series.
You know, geometric series is a very elementary thing, you know, in the sense that the reason why he used it as for two reasons. One is the geometric series comes in the evaluation of the series for pi. Okay, because it comes as 1 over 1 plus t square. Secant square theta, you want to expand it in powers of tan theta. So you get 1 over 1 plus t square. So its Indian version requires exactly the same expansion. That's one reason. The other is the geometric series, for proper choice of the variable, is the most elementary example of a convergent infinite series. So Nilakanta used this series to illustrate the idea of what is meant by the sum of a convergent infinite series. In particular, he says at one point, it must attain but not overshoot the value. So it is a limit. It is to be understood as a limit. So for that reason, he actually used the I think 1 over 1 minus 1 quarter or something like that as an example, as an illustration of
1 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4 square, etc.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what he did. So so there were many such signposts to a very modern way of thinking. Not only that, there is, you know, so as I said, it's a very technical question. The tangent series, that is theta is t 1 minus 1 over t plus 1 over t cubed, 1 plus 1 over t cubed and so on, that converges only between 0 and pi by 4. At pi by 4, tangent theta is 1. Beyond pi by 4, it is greater than 1. So this series won't converge. It's on the edge of being convergent, because, you know, it's a conditionally convergent series. It's not absolutely convergent. If you change the minus signs to plus signs, series doesn't converge. So it's a borderline case. So Jeshtadeva says, all right, so what do we do when the angle is bigger than pi by 4? He said, then you must make sure that instead of expanding in sine theta divided by cosine theta, which is always less than 1, you must now expand everything in terms of cosine theta divided by sine theta, which is less than 1 for angle between pi by 4 and pi by 2. This is very, very clearly explained. So they were concerned with questions of convergence. They did not have, naturally, they did not have very sophisticated ideas of what is convergent, what is conditionally convergent. Those things are not there.
Power series for this sin x and cos x.
That was the goal, no? That was the holy grail. You wanted a power series for sine, and to get there, to make sense of it, you have to make power series for tan theta or pi. There the derivations are technically extremely complicated, very tricky, but in the light of what we learn in school calculus or college calculus, they can be streamlined into something also very, very original and very modern. Very original, very modern. But there are some ways in which this work differs from what we call calculus. Now, because we know calculus as developed by Newton and Leibniz, and they do it in a certain way. They get lost in what is meant by an infinitesimal. Such confusions are not there.
In an article, you are calling Yukti Bhasha the first textbook of calculus.
In one article, yeah, my very early article.
Is it a bit exaggeration claim?
Other people have asked me the same question, so I'm not.
When I read, I felt that it is a bit.
No, that's because you are a modern mathematician. You've been trained in the modern way of doing things. The reason why we think it is not, probably not calculus, is that when we learn calculus in college, we learn about general functions. You know, what is meant by a function. What is meant by a small change in the independent variable, how does it change the function itself, and then we go from there. Okay. Here you won't find any treatment of the general function. You will only find sine theta, cosine theta, theta as a function of tangent theta, and things like that. So my answer to this is in Yukti Bhasha. There are derivations of the surface area and volume of a sphere, and this is not found in any other Nila textbook, nowhere else. Now, if you go through this and convert all the sentences into symbols and equations, you write it all down, what you get is what you learned in college and what I learned in college. Exactly, you take the sphere, divide it into an series of infinitely thin strips by latitudes, compute the area of the strip, pretending that there is no curvature, because you're going to take the limit in which the width is going to 0. Then add them up and take the limit at the end. That's exactly how I learned in college, and I think that's exactly how it is in the textbooks now. And the Yukti Bhasha proof is precisely that. So the point is not so much that they didn't work with general functions. The idea of a general function was just about crystallizing at that time. There are places where you can see the first signs of it, but generally speaking, they didn't have that. So they did it for all the functions they needed. It's like this. Newton and Leibniz did it for functions they knew. They did not prove the fundamental theorem of calculus was stated for one variable. It was not stated as people state now in the differential geometric context as Stokes' theorem. That is, you take an n form, integrate it over on an n-dimensional manifold, take an n form, integrate it over the volume, and you get the n-1 form integrated over the surface. If you say that to Newton, he wouldn't understand what you're saying. Or theory of distributions. Okay, calculus is applicable to the theory of distribution.
Most of the modern mathematicians are interested in stating everything in the most general form.
No, that's possible. That's natural. I think that is the greatness of mathematics. They extend their horizons at every turn. But to say that what Madhava did is not calculus is like saying somebody who is working on, let's say, distribution theory, saying that what Newton did was not calculus. The same fundamental ideas, they are extended, as you say, more and more to bigger and bigger areas of domains of mathematics. That's the way I look at it. It's my view. Everybody will not agree with me.
I really enjoyed this discussion on the work of Kerala School of Mathematics, but unfortunately, due to some time constraints, we have to stop this episode, and we'll continue this discussion in the next episode.
Yeah, we can carry on.
deconstructive turn in philosophy. Welcome friends. In this session I am introducing the role of deconstruction in philosophy, since nobody can ignore the break in philosophy with the advent of deconstruction. As a most important leap in philosophy, deconstruction has pervaded the whole world of literary criticism and even social sciences. In the history of philosophy, Derrida played a very important role to introduce a new philosophy of the postmodern period. Jacques Derrida, 1930 to 2004, was born in Algiers, and he became a faculty of École Normale Supérieure, the most famous academic institute in Paris, where Sartre, Simon de Beauvoir, Foucault and such philosophers spent their academic life. He became one of the most prominent thinkers of 20th century. His writings, unlike most other philosophers, created far-reaching consequences in the studies of culture and literature. Derrida considered philosophy as a necessary tool in the history of civilization. He began to philosophize at a time when structural and semiotic studies were enjoying a dominant role in philosophical and cultural studies. Thinkers and cultural critics involved in semiotic investigations following Ferdinand de Saussure, Roland Barthes and Lévi-Strauss. Similarly, the phenomenological wave propounded by Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger was prevalent in the West. Derrida, by means of analyzing both these trends, put forth a philosophy of his own. His analysis of phenomenology, as we find in his Speech and Phenomenon, and criticism of structuralism, as we see in his Of Grammatology, paved way for what we now call as deconstruction. Later, there developed a vast array of deconstructions in philosophy following Derrida. Since it evolved after and criticizing structuralism, it is also known as post-structuralism. Deconstruction, as the term indicates, is a kind of dismantling the existing text. As we know, Saussure started a way of textual enquiry. Lévi-Strauss also resorted to textual analysis in order to reveal anthropological and philosophical notions inherent in the text. The textual analysis is an attempt to reveal the hidden meaning of the text. In other words, textual reading always tries to decode the meaning of signs. Structuralism considers texts as composed of signs. Accordingly, signs are capable of producing meaning, since they are pregnant with meaning. According to Ferdinand de Saussure, Lévi-Strauss and such semiotic analysts, signs act as vehicles of meaning. So, the structural and semiotic approach was actually a break in reading. It became a permanent way of understanding texts, and the act of reading became a serious process with this change in language philosophy. However, Derrida began to reveal an important limitation on the part of semiotic and structural studies. Above all, Derrida shows that the failure on the part of structuralism was only a continuation of the error in the history of philosophy. The same philosophical limit is inherent in phenomenology as well. So, the history of philosophy from ancient to modern, from Plato to Nietzsche, exhibits the limitation of metaphysics. The following three parts of enquiry will help us to understand the way Derrida propounds his philosophy: logocentrism, metaphysics of presence, binary opposition and determinacy of meaning. In order to understand the philosophy of deconstruction envisaged by Derrida, the analysis of the above given three factors is necessary. Actually, Derrida did not envisage either a philosophy or a methodology apart from his reading of certain texts. His reading of the texts produced a new way of understanding by showing the limitations of the texts he subjects to analyze. His reading becomes a re-reading, since it transcends the meanings at hand. It becomes a new methodology, as it is different from inductive and deductive reasoning followed in philosophy. It is also different from Marxian reading, since it focuses on the materiality of the text. It earned the title of deconstruction as it deconstitutes the text by producing unknown areas of knowledge. It is not a process of destruction as some feel. It is actually constructing afresh after considering the neglected aspects of the same. Logocentrism. Deconstruction mainly focuses on the historical error caused by logocentric approach in philosophy. As Derrida says, the philosophers from Plato to Husserl explicitly follow logocentrism. Here arises the question, what is logocentrism? Logocentrism is a thought process based on the priority of speech or, within quote, spoken word. All philosophical deliberations somehow give priority to speech. The first chapter of Derrida's celebrated work of grammatology bears the title The End of Book and the Beginning of Writing. The end of the book means the end of closure. The book in the tradition of theology implies the closed book of a particular religion/faith. Not only that, it shows the closure of a particular genre. How does the book of a closed kind evolve? Does the book imply the indubitable truth? Logocentrism is the result of quest for an unknown and yet self-persuasive truth. As we find in the history of human thought, especially texts written by philosophers, the search for truth is always directed towards the original spoken presence. So the priority given to self-present spoken truth in turn neglects or marginalizes writing. Accordingly, things, ideas, concepts are thought to be present in some objective transcendental way. Yes, one of the leading author on Derrida, Christopher Norris, says, the traditional idea of the book is of a writing held within bounds by the author's sovereign presence, a writing whose integrity of purpose and theme comes from its acceptance of these proper self-regulating limits. Derrida, Christopher Norris, page 63. For Plato, it was the word uttered by unknown muses that inspired writers. Plato despised writing not because he hated written language, but because he had given priority to spoken word. It is the priority or primacy of speech over writing, presence over absence, the origin over duplicates, which has been misguiding thinkers. In his book Twisted Topic, Levi-Strauss remarks that the Nambikwara could not write. They were also unable to draw except for a few dots and zigzags on their calabashes. Accordingly, Levi-Strauss explains that the primitive people could only draw certain lines as wavy horizontal lines, whereas they could sing songs. Whatever sounds the Nambikwara uttered was considered as spoken language with clear and distinct meaning which they knew. At the same time, the Nambikwara draw lines which had no meaning but only, within quote, aesthetic interest, according to Levi-Strauss. By analyzing the structural interpretations of Levi-Strauss, Derrida points out that the anthropological conclusions are based on a presupposition that spoken word or speech precedes all writing. However, the writings of Levi-Strauss himself show that his attempt to relegate/marginalize writing does not succeed. Why do thinkers from Plato to Levi-Strauss prefer spoken word and neglect or even consider writing as inferior? It is here Derrida talks about the politics of hierarchizational domination. Levi-Strauss actually knew that the Nambikwara could draw lines in their own way as they uttered words of their own language. The blind spot or omission in Levi-Strauss is revealed by Derrida to show how writing is so important that Levi-Strauss himself could not ignore. What Levi-Strauss wanted to do was to prefer speech and thereby neglect writing by ascribing the historical or anthropological or sociological priority to speech. Plato's remarks about writing, Rousseau's attitude towards writing, and many others show how did the logocentric thought control the human attitude itself. Logocentrism is thus an attitude and rationale which resulted in unseen implications. Derrida claims that it is time to reread the essay on the origin of language. As Rousseau and Lévi-Strauss argued for the spoken word or uttered word, their approach towards writing remains ambiguous. The aperitic moments in their text should lead to overcome the logocentrism and thereby establish a grammatology of writing. Metaphysics of presence. As a consequence, logocentrism would lead philosophers to the metaphysics of presence. When writing is identified as sign of sign, there is a presumption that it is secondary, a copy, a duplicate, a repetition, etc. When writing becomes a copy or secondary, the original or primary is conceived as a source which is present elsewhere. The Greek manuscripts generally impart the message that in the beginning was being and meaning was with God. It is based on a transcendental signifier. It is a signifier which escapes the play of meaning. Logocentrism is thus based on a metaphysics of presence. As Martin McClellan says, the logocentric reading is actually a theological activity because it presupposes and desires a single, fixed and authoritative center. Deconstruction a reader, page 14. So the history of Western thought and nowadays the whole world somehow depends upon certain presuppositions built upon metaphysics of presence. Derrida undertook the criticism of metaphysics in almost all his writings by using the technique of deconstructive reading. It is believed that in language philosophy, the Saussurean approach brought forth the scientific study of linguistics. Similarly, the anthropological structuralism of Lévi-Strauss also is considered as a beginning of scientific analysis of mythologies and other such discourses. However, Derrida finds that all texts derive the meaning from the texts themselves. Since signs are capable of generating meaning within the text, they do not depend on anything outside. In this sense, there is nothing outside the text. So theories of correspondence truth cannot claim validity as the meaning does not have its origin outside. Edmund Husserl puts forth his philosophy of phenomenology, claiming that he could eliminate all presuppositions. Husserl wanted to reach at being without any presuppositions. However, Derrida asks how far Husserl could arrive at the truth by eliminating all presuppositions. The most important presupposition based on logocentrism and controlled by metaphysics of presence is leading Husserlian thought as well. Derrida questions the possibility of purity itself. Whenever Husserl talks about pure phenomenon or pure being, he flees from reality for the sake of purity. Deconstruction is a persistent argument against the very idea of transcendental phenomenology. In his endeavor to arrive at the pure, unmixed, uncontaminated presence or full presence of the reality, Husserl bracketed out everything including language. In his Speech and Phenomenon, Derrida raises the question, how does Husserl envisage an essence without any presuppositions? Derrida, in the early book of 1967, explains the way bracketing fails to make a leap from the tradition. Husserl considers the voice not empirical speech but the phenomenological structure of the voice is the most immediate evidence of self-presence. Of grammatology preface. By reading Husserl, the phenomenological reduction is shown to be nothing but continuation of phonocentric metaphysics. According to Derrida, a kind of logic of supplementarity works in the Western thought, including that of Edmund Husserl. Derrida writes, the effacement or derivation of science is thereby confused with the reduction of the imagination. Husserl's position with respect to tradition is here ambiguous. Speech and Phenomenon, page 55. Signs are added as something external in phenomenology. So far, Derrida, phenomenological reduction involves the fallacy of metaphysics of presence. Derrida writes, language and its representation is added on to a consciousness that is simple and simply present to itself, or in any event to an experience which could reflect its own presence in silence. Speech and Phenomenon, page 14. Binary opposition and determinacy of meaning. In the history of thought, linguistic signs are attributed to produce meaning by its own right. The history of philosophy is based on binary opposition. The binary opposition is two related but opposite terms. Structural and semiotic studies presuppose the binary opposition as the foundation of all structures. But Derrida claims that all of the Western philosophy, literature and culture used to depend on categories of binary oppositions. The binary division, such as the man-woman, white-black, voice-silence, speech-writing, civilized-primitive, etc., forms the basis of inquiry and analysis. The consequence of such an approach is that it preconceives a cocksure world where meaning is determined as final. The truth and falsity, as well as presence and absence, are determined according to the inherent nature of the sign. The real nature of language and its materiality in the form of writing are ignored in the binary logic. Nietzsche had criticized the immediate certainty and absolute truth. In the case of Derrida, meaning always depends on factors which need not be known immediately. The meaning is not known as such, since it may elude any occasion of reading. In order to explain the play of meaning, Derrida uses the term difference. As a method of analysis, deconstruction always focuses on conceptual oppositions. By way of revealing the priority given to one of the oppositions, the reading dismantles the seen to be true argument of the text. If one of the binaries gets a privileged position, then it means that the text has unknown blind spot kept hidden. In Plato, Rousseau and many others, such blind spots are seen. As a reading technique, it deals with blind spots. Difference. The essay Structure, Sign and Play in the Human Sciences was presented by Derrida not only to criticize structuralism, but also to introduce his interpretation of language. For Derrida, linguistic signs have materiality as they have existence in the form of writing. When Nietzsche said, Socrates, he who does not write, he forgets that Socrates is being read and reread only because his sayings are preserved in the form of writing. Difference as a word is a new term derived from the French word différer, meaning both to differ and to defer. It is used as a new term with a deliberate misspelling of the English word difference. Difference with A instead of E is a new term. It is understood as a new term only when one reads it, because it cannot be heard while presenting the article. It is the materiality of writing which alone helps one to write and read it. The concept of difference, like the concept of thinking itself by Kant, is a landmark in the history of philosophy. When Derrida would read out his article, his pronunciation of difference was not heard as a separate new term. It is impossible also in that sense. But as one reads the article, he or she comes across the difference between what is usually read as difference and the new term with A instead of E, and hence difference. Difference, as explained earlier, stands for both to differ and to differ. A sign gives or produces meaning on the basis of these two factors. On the one hand, any term differ from other terms, and on the other, a term differ is meaning. Cat is a word which is different from mat. We get the meaning of cat insofar as it is different from mat. At the same time, the term cat always differs certain meaning. When we say a black cat in a dark room, the term cat signifies something different from a pet animal. In a statement, cat is on the mat, the cat signifies something with which almost all are acquainted. But when we read a statement, philosophy is searching black cat in a dark room, we find a different meaning of the same term. Here we find that any word is capable of producing different meanings. Even understanding the new term difference is difficult, as it was employed by Derrida to deconstruct certain texts and traditions. So Christopher Norris suggests undertaking the difficult way of reading and rereading Derrida to avoid taking it out of context for the purpose of ad hoc definition. Anyhow, the notion of determined meaning is being questioned by showing the possibility and potential of linguistic signs which are written. In short, Derrida envisaged a philosophy of writing and thereby inaugurated a new way of understanding, reading and writing. Derrida's invention of deconstruction opened up a new chapter in philosophy and helped the subject to enter the analysis of culture. It became an indelible mark in the history of human culture. Summary: deconstruction paved a turn in philosophy with its new methodology and approach in reading. Jacques Derrida, by reading the texts of phenomenology and structuralism, started the process called rereading a text. After reading texts written by Edmund Husserl, Lévi-Strauss and Ferdinand de Saussure, Derrida showed the need for rereading the whole history of philosophy. He argued that from the ancient to modern, most of the thinkers follow the logocentric approach. In order to overcome the logocentrism, Derrida envisaged a philosophy of writing in his Of Grammatology. What he calls metaphysics of presence controls the inquiries of thinkers, since they knowingly or unknowingly follow the logocentric approach. So, the dismantling or deconstituting of human discourses is essential to bring about the blind spots inherent in them. In order to fulfill this purpose, the binary oppositions and aporias in the text are analyzed. The aporetic moments are shown to infer the opposite of what the text claims to establish in the surface. While showing the need for rereading texts, Derrida introduces a new term, difference, with A instead of E. Actually, the newly coined term reveals the nature of linguistic sign. Now we are supposed to answer the following questions. Explain main features of deconstructive philosophy of Derrida. Discuss metaphysics of presence. Explain indeterminacy of meaning. What is meant by difference? How does Derrida problematizes binary opposition? Some of the most important books which you have to refer are being given at the end of this summary. Jacques Derrida, Speech and Phenomena and Other Essays on Husserl's Theory of Science, David B. Elliston, translated, Evanston, Northwestern University Press, 1973. Second, Of Grammatology, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, translated, Motilal Banarsi Das, Delhi, 1994. Writing and Difference, Alan Bass, translated, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1981. Christopher Norris, Derrida, Fontana Press, London, 1989. Venathan Kuller, Structuralist Poetics, Routledge and Kegan Paul, London, 1977, reprint 1986. Terence Hawkes, Structuralism and Semiotics, London, Methuen, 1977. P.K. Poker, Derrida, അവനിർമ്മാണത്തിന്റെ തത്വചിന്തകൻ, മലയാളം, State Institute of Language, Thiruvananthapuram, 1998. Thank you all for watching and spending your valuable time. Hope we will meet in another session with another topic. Thank you once again.
Welcome friends. In this session we describe inverse trigonometric and hyperbolic functions in terms of logarithms. That is, inverse trigonometric and hyperbolic functions can be described in terms of logarithms. To define the inverse sine function, that is sine inverse set, we write W is equal to sine inverse set when z is equal to sine W. That is, W is equal to sine inverse set when z is equal to e raised to IW minus e raised to minus IW by 2i. Equation number 1. Now, 1 is 2iz is equal to e raised to IW minus 1 by e raised to IW and gives e raised to IW square minus 2i into z into e raised to IW minus 1 is equal to 0, which is quadratic equation in e raised to IW. Solving for e raised to IW, we get e raised to IW is equal to iz plus 1 minus z square raised to 1 by 2. Equation number 2. Where 1 minus z square whole raised to 1 by 2 is of course a double valued function of set. Taking logarithms on both sides of 2, we get IW is equal to log 1 log iz, that is log iz plus 1 minus z square whole raised to 1 by 2. Hence, sine inverse z is equal to W, which is equal to 1 by I log iz plus 1 minus z square raised to 1 by 2. That is, sine inverse z is equal to minus I into log iz plus 1 minus z square raised to 1 by 2. Equation number 3. In a similar way, cos inverse z is equal to minus I log iz plus z square minus 1 raised to 1 by 2. Note that the function sine inverse z, cos inverse z and tan inverse z are multiple valued. When specific branches of the square root and logarithmic functions are used, all three inverse functions become single valued and analytic. Example, putting z is equal to minus I in equation number 3, we have sine inverse of minus I is equal to minus I log 1 plus or minus root 2. That is by putting z is equal to minus I. But 1 plus root 2 is equal to 1 plus root 2 into e raised to I 0. And 1 minus root 2 is equal to root 2 minus 1 into e raised to I pi. So logarithm of 1 plus root 2 is equal to, it is ln 1 plus root 2 plus what, 2n pi I, where this n varies from 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 etc. And also log 1 minus root 2, this is equal to ln root 2 minus 1 plus 2n plus 1 into pi I. Here also n varies from 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 etc. Using the properties of natural logarithm, ln root 2 minus 1 is equal to ln 1 by 1 plus root 2, which is equal to minus ln 1 plus root 2. And hence the numbers minus 1 raised to n ln 1 plus root 2 plus n pi I, where n varies from 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 etc., constitute the set of values of log 1 plus or minus root 2. Thus sin inverse minus I is equal to n pi plus I into minus 1 raised to n plus 1 ln 1 plus root 2, where n is equal to 0 plus or minus 1 plus or minus 2 etc. Next we have some derivatives. The first one is d by dz of sin inverse set. D by dz of sin inverse set, which is equal to 1 by 1 minus z square whole raised to 1 by 2. Similarly, the next one is of course d by dz of cos inverse set. It is equal to minus 1 by 1 minus z square whole raised to 1 by 2. Again we have d by dz of what, tan inverse set, which is equal to 1 by 1 plus z square. Inverse hyperbolic functions can be treated in a corresponding manner. It turns out that sin h inverse z is equal to, that is sin h inverse z is equal to logarithm of z plus z square plus 1 whole raised to 1 by 2. Similarly, cos h inverse z is equal to log z plus z square minus 1 whole raised to 1 by 2. And tan h inverse z is equal to 1 by 2 log 1 plus z by 1 minus z. So next we have separation into real and imaginary parts. For that, first we have an example. That is, separate into real and imaginary parts the quantity sin inverse of cos theta plus I sin theta, where theta is real. Sin inverse of cos theta plus I sin theta. Here we have to separate the real and imaginary part. Here theta is real. Let sin inverse cos theta plus I sin theta as x plus iy. It has x plus iy. So that cos theta plus I sin theta is equal to we can write cos theta plus I sin theta is equal to sin x plus yi, which is equal to Now we can expand this as sin x cos yi. It is of the form sin a plus b form. It is sin x cos yi plus cos x sin yi, which is equal to sin x cos hy. It is sin x cos hy plus I into cos x sin hy. Hence, sin x cos hy is equal to cos theta mark it as equation number 1 and cos x sin hy, which is equal to sin theta. Equation number 2. And squaring and adding, we have 1 is equal to, squaring adding we have 1 is equal to sin square x cos h square y plus cos square x sin h square y, which is equal to, we can take sin square outside, that is sin square x into 1 plus sin h square y plus cos square x into sin h square y. It is again which is equal to what? That is 1 is equal to sin square x plus sin h square y. Hence, sin h square y is equal to cos square x. Hence, from 2 we have cos square x is equal to sin theta. Assuming sin theta to be positive. Therefore, since x is to lie between minus pi by 2 and pi by 2, we have cos x is equal to plus square root of sin theta. From this we can write cos x is equal to plus square root of sin theta. That is, here we have cos square x is equal to sin theta. So, it is cos x is equal to plus square root of sin theta. Hence we can write x is equal to what? Cos inverse square root of sin theta. The equation 2 then gives sin hy plus, sorry, sin hy is equal to plus square root of sin theta. That is plus square root of sin theta. So that e raised to 2y minus 2 e raised to y into square root of sin theta is equal to 1, a quadratic for e raised to y. Hence, we can write e raised to y is equal to, which is equal to square root of sin theta plus square root of 1 plus sin theta. That is, e raised to y is equal to square root of sin theta plus square root of 1 plus sin theta. That is, from this we can write y is equal to log square root of sin theta plus square root of 1 plus sin theta. That is, y is equal to logarithm of square root of sin theta plus square root of 1 plus sin theta. Next, we have to separate the real and imaginary part of the expression tan inverse x plus iy. Next one is tan inverse. We have to separate the real and imaginary part of this function first, and also express tan inverse x plus iy also. Let tan inverse x plus iy is equal to a plus ib. Then tan a plus ib is equal to x plus iy. Here we have tan inverse. So tan A plus IB is equal to x plus IY. Here we have tan inverse, so taking this into this side, we have tan A plus IB is equal to x plus IY. And also tan A minus IB is equal to x minus IY. Hence, tan 2A is equal to tan A plus IB plus A minus IB. I can write tan 2A is equal to, by using the identity, it is equal to tan A plus IB plus tan A minus IB divided by 1 minus, using our formula, 1 minus tan A plus IB into tan A minus IB. One minus tan A plus IB into tan A minus IB, which is equal to, I have tan A plus IB is equal to x plus IY and tan A minus IB is equal to x minus IY. Substituting this, we get it is x plus IY plus tan A minus B, it is x minus IY divided by 1 minus x plus IY into x minus IY. So it becomes 2x by 1 minus x square minus y square. Real part of the given expression, A is equal to 1 by 2 tan inverse 2x by 1 minus x square by y square. Similarly, tan I2b is equal to tan A plus IB minus A minus IB. That is, similarly here we can write tan I tan H of 2B, which is equal to tan A plus IB minus tan A minus IB by 1 plus tan A plus IB into tan A minus IB. Same equation, same expression. That is x plus IY minus x minus IY divided by 1 plus x plus IY into x minus IY. On simplification, we get, which is equal to I2y, mere multiplication. On simplification, we get I2y by 1 plus x square plus y square. That is, imaginary part of the given expression B is equal to 1 by 2 tan h inverse 2y by 1 plus x square plus y square. Next, we have to prove I raised to I is equal to e raised to minus 4n plus 1 pi by 2. I raised to I is equal to e raised to minus 4n plus 1 pi by 2. Here let x is equal to I raised to I. Then we have log x is equal to I log I. That is, we are taking x is equal to I raised to I. So taking logarithm on both sides, we have log x is equal to I log I. Mark it as equation number 1. Now I is equal to cos pi by 2 plus I sin pi by 2, which we can write as, I is equal to cos 2n pi plus pi by 2 plus I sin 2n pi plus pi by 2. This is equal to what? Cos 4n plus 1 pi by 2 plus I sin 4n plus 1 pi, not like this, pi by 2. That is cos 4n plus 1 pi by 2 plus I sin 4n plus 1 pi by 2. Putting these values of I in 1, we get log x is equal to, in this equation number 1, we get what? Log x is equal to I into log, that is we are substituting for this I we are substituting this one, that is cos 4n plus 1 pi by 2 plus I sin 4n plus 1 pi by 2. That is log x is equal to I into log cos 4n plus 1 pi by 2 plus I sin 4n plus 1 pi by 2. 4n plus 1 pi by 2, which is equal to, now this can be simplified as, which is equal to I log e raised to I into 4n plus 1 pi by 2, e raised to I into 4n plus 1 pi by 2. Here we have e raised to I into 4n plus 1 pi by 2, which is equal to, close the bracket, which is equal to I into I times 4n I into I times 4n plus 1 into pi by 2. Here we have this I into I times 4n plus 1 pi by 2, which is equal to minus 4n plus 1 pi by 2. That is I into I, we know it is minus 1. So it is minus 4n plus 1 pi by 2. That is I raised to I is equal to e raised to minus 4n plus 1 pi by 2. So here we have discussed inverse, trigonometric and hyperbolic functions. Hope you enjoy the session. See you next time. Till then, take care.